Brian Sullivan from Grantham and ranking member for the committee. And I've been, let's see, I started in 2018, was chair 19 and 20, and have been on the committee in the interim as well as ranking member.
Representative Michael Granger. You guys may know me as one of the guys that whips for the gold sheets. So I'm originally, this is my second term in this committee, representing Rochester Ward 5, Milton, and Milton Mills.
Representative Brian Labrie. I represent Bedford Hillsborough 2. I own several small businesses in Merrimack, an adjacent town to us. And I am the president of the New Hampshire Snowmobile Association at the moment for the next 2 years. And happy to be here, happy to help out if I can.
Representative Mike Drago. This is actually my second term, both times in labor. I own a business. I've owned a landscaping business since 2007. And yeah, happy to be here.
I should have started all that. It's just easier to hear.
Representative Jack Flanagan. This is my fourth term in this committee. I served 2 years in the committee. I was ranking member my fourth term under Chairman Sullivan. In between there, prior to that, I ran for Congress in 2016 when I was majority leader. That's why I missed out a term in labor. I've always been on the labor committee. The background is insurance, workers' comp. I'm pretty heavy on workers' comp insurance. But I also was a school board chairman and a selectman in my town where I negotiated union contracts. So I got insurance, I've got collective bargaining, I've got a little bit of the unemployment situation. So I guess that's why they stuck me here for 4 terms. What's that? Actually, I was asked to be on another committee, but the speaker wouldn't allow them.
Good morning. This is really loud. I'm Mark Warden out of Manchester. This is my 5th term, my second time on the Labor Committee. And the last 20 years I've been independent contractor in the real estate business. And my first careers were as I guess, an employee, W-2 employee. So I've seen both sides of that as well. Glad to be back.
Welcome. And in the back, we have Jamie Wyman. You want to introduce yourself, Jamie?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Wyman. I'm the committee assistant for labor in all of the committees that meet on this side of the hallway. So I do the scheduling, I print your notices, I give you your bills, I prepare your blue sheets, and I will help the clerk and the chair, as well as the vice chair, just to make everything run smoothly. I'm a nonpartisan employee, so if you need anything, anybody can come and ask me for help.
I've worked with Jamie for the last 4 years. She's awesome. So if you need anything at all, Jamie, I'm glad you're doing that. We also have Davis Allen. Davis, you want to introduce yourself? He's our researcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Davis Allen. I'm a recent hire with House Committee Services as a nonpartisan committee researcher. I come to the legislature from the Department of Labor, having served in the Workers' Comp Division and the Inspection Division. So I do bring a little bit of a background that I hope will be helpful to this committee. Any member of the committee is welcome to bring nonpartisan research requests to me for work that would support the entire committee. Anything that is for individual research would have to go over to OLS. So again, anything that is nonpartisan research that will help the entire committee is what I'm here for. That can either come to me directly or you can go through the chair first.
Yeah, and if you could just, I mean, you can go straight to Jamie or Davis, but please just copy me and let me know, and Representative Solomon as well, just so we know, what's going on. Yes, ma'am? No. Okay, good. Representative Granger, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have like a card or something so we can get in contact with you?
I do not have a business card.
Their contact information's in here. In the packet I gave you, it's on the third or fourth page in.
Oh, thank you.
Cool, thank you. All right. So the format for today, really, this is an organizational meeting, so it's about establishing how we work as a committee. And it's an open discussion, so please, if you got anything that doesn't make sense, or if you don't like it, then let's discuss it and we'll move forward, all right? The start times, I really like to adhere to what we're doing, so we'll start on time. And we'll get as close as we can as finishing on time based on the testimony. Our days are Tuesdays. Tomorrow is sort of an anomaly based on the schedule. But the thought right now is with 17 bills, we'll be able to meet each of the next 4 weeks and get our bills done. And then, so for example, the 4 bills that we hear today, we'll exec next week in the morning. And then we'll hear the bills in the afternoon and or later in the morning. And then the next week we'll exec those. So Representative Solomon, I talked about it, that neither of us like execing bills on that day. And so we will not, with the exception of tomorrow, which is that's a one-off, we won't exec bills that day unless the two of us agree that it just is easier to do. But other than that, we'll adhere to that schedule. Emails, is everyone I've sent out a couple of emails to the committee. Is everyone getting those?
Well, if I look at them, I get them. I'm really bad at it.
Okay, I can't coach that. I just want to make sure I got the right emails. Okay, all right. Okay, so dress and decorum. Typically, the dress and decorum is business attire, and everyone in here is dressed accordingly, so if we can adhere to that, that's fine. Food, drink in here, okay? So cup is all right. If we could keep it underneath and off the table, that would be great. Technically, it's water only, but I don't know what's in your cups, okay? And I'm not gonna inspect, okay? Food is really a non-starter. And a lot of people use the room and they don't clean it very often, so if we could hold to that. And I always have my Altoids, okay? So this is not food, this is energy. So I make a clear distinction there. But the idea is this is not a place to eat lunch. It's not a place to eat while you're in committee. And so that if we can adhere to that, that would be great. Use of electronic devices. Okay, it's about respect to the person providing testimony. And so, obviously cell phones off or down. But in listening to testimony, I like to look and see to double check, does that make sense? Is that right? And so I don't have a problem if you bring your computer in. I don't have a problem if you're on your phone. But just remember that we're only here to hear what they have to say. And so respect to the people that are taking their time to come up and talk to us, I think is what we have to adhere to. But clearly, if you've got your laptop or your tablet or your phone That's quite all right. Please.
Typically, I usually use my iPad for, or a device, if we're dealing with Department of Labor and they're referencing particular RSAs, it's quick to, instead of printing everybody out, it's quicker for us sometimes to look them up while we're discussing with them to make sure that we were talking about
Absolutely.
the right points. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right.
Yep.
Excuse me, to that point, are we going to get copies of the labor book as we've had in previous times? Do we know? Used to get a copy?
I'm not familiar with that. You have copies of the bills.
I know, I was just curious if it was changing. Okay. We used to get a copy of the LSRs. You don't remember?
Of the LSRs or the bill?
I mean, not the LSR, I mean the labor bills.
Oh, the
Yeah,
bills,
you've got them in your packet.
Yep.
No.
Mean the statutes, the
The
RSAs?
statute, right. We used to get the book from the labor.
Okay,
Oh, yeah. I've seen that.
Okay.
no, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not familiar with that being in the committee. Outside, I think they're right here.
Yeah, no, we used to get a, do you recall, a shortened?
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had them.
I know, we have, and I was just curious. Yeah, okay.
If you want one, then I think Davis can get it for you, okay? But I don't need one. And so if you want one, if anyone wants one, ask Davis and I'm sure he can get that for you, okay? Okay, committee drawers, on the other side of those lights right there are committee drawers. All of your names are on those. The keys are inside. So if you want to keep whatever you want to keep in there, I'm sure it's secure. And then you can use that. I don't tend to use it, but they're there if you need it. I'm sorry, sir, and can you introduce yourself real quick?
I'm Mark Kinsey out of District 40 of Manchester.
Welcome. A little background?
Sure. I've been coming in this committee for about 40 years.
Okay.
I was legislative agent for the AFL-CIO. I was president for a number of years. So and also represented the firefighters for a long time. I come out of the Manchester Fire Department, spent 27 years in Manchester Fire Department, and I'm pretty familiar with the labor laws because of my past
Awesome. Well,
experience.
welcome. Thank you. Okay, so emergency procedures, I don't anticipate any emergencies, but Representative Labrie is our sort of sergeant at arms, and he's got code words. If something happens, he knows what to do. If there's a fire, our fire exit is literally right there. So you go out here, make a left, and go down the stairs. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but that's the procedures. Okay, so I did 30 years in the Army, and what they taught you is when you start off an operation, you read the mission. So if you can bear with me, I'm just going to read our mission, and that way it puts it in the record, okay? So it shall be the duty of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Service to consider all matters relating to labor, wages, and workers' compensation, including unemployment compensation and incentive programs, collective bargaining and binding arbitration, matters relating to job retaining and employee rehabilitative services, and other matters relating to balancing the rights of employees to the needs of the industrial sector, and such other matters as referred to. So that's what we're here for. And I'm really looking forward to getting after that and understanding the details and second and third order consequences and the details of the legislation that comes before us. Partisan balance, we're at a 9 and 11. The one thing is on exec sessions, it's a 24-hour notification. And so we can get a replacement to vote only as directed by the party chair. But we need 24 hours notice. And so please adhere to that, especially if we have critical legislation where it's going to be along a party line. We are looking at our early bills that I know of next week. Those are all the financial ones. And so we're gonna knock that out next week, and we'll be well ahead of schedule. I didn't see any others on there that were second committee. So I think we're good on that. Yes? Please.
When you say second committee, it's something with an FN, financial notice you're referring to. So we can be discussing bills, but they may need someone in finance to finally see the impact on the budget, if it has an impact. That's what you mean by second committee. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you. No, that's perfect. So subcommittees, as I understand, we have no standing subcommittees. Okay? Subcommittee is an instance where something needs a little bit more work or something needs some more specific research, and we do that in committee without passing a bill to send that to the speaker. And we just got talked to again. There are over 200 commissions and committees right now.
300.
Okay, he used 200 this morning. It could be 300. I don't know. It's a boat ton. Okay, each one of those requires whatever the bill says, 3, 5 representatives to fill that commission. And when you multiply that by 2 or 300, it's a ton of people. And so what I've found to be very successful in my last 2 committees was the use of a subcommittee. And so we may consider the use of a subcommittee that is wholly within the purview of this committee. And then that way, if there's a subject that comes up that we need a little bit more detailed refinement to, we just take that on ourselves rather than pushing it back on the rest of the House. And that's just for consideration, and we can do that if that's what we determine is a better way to do it. So in terms of committee duties, really, in my mind, as the chair, as a vice chair, as the clerk, you have specific duties, and we know what those are. But our duties as representatives is to listen and hear what people are saying. It is to ask questions that are pertinent to what that person's expertise is, that provide value to our decision-making. And so be here, be present, engage with the people providing testimony. Specifically, as a member, you're not given a speech. You're not engaging in a debate. This is not a court of law. So there's no Perry Masons in here. But it is about trying to understand the issues and the second and third order effects of whatever legislation is out there. And so it's an exciting opportunity that we have as committee members. And anything else from anyone on duties of committee members? Your thoughts? Sir. Representative Flanagan.
And again, to the new members, blurbs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another assignment that you may have if you want to be in the calendar, testifying, and on the House floor. The blurbs are usually scrutinized by the chairman or the vice chairman, something that we have to do occasionally. And I know as ranking member, with Chairman Sullivan at the time, we may ask you, or you may ask us, to speak on the House floor on bills. And hopefully people are generous with their time and efforts too, because sometimes it's difficult to get people to speak on the House floor. But it's also part of the process.
Yeah, it's a great point, and we'll jump to that here real quick. So typically in executive session, Representative Sullivan and I will talk beforehand to sort of get a feel for, how things are going. But it's always good to understand who's going to make the motion on any given bill, and we'll decide that beforehand. And so when we go into executive session, understanding who's going to provide that motion, the person that provides that motion is responsible for the committee report, the blurb, and if there is a minority opinion as well, then either myself or Representative Sullivan will determine who writes that minority position. In the House calendar, you'll oftentimes see blurbs, committee reports that are a page long. To me, that's interesting, but it's not compelling. And so typically it's about understanding what the crux of the matter is, expressing that efficiently, and then making sure that everyone understands why either you agree or disagree with what the committee has recommended. And so that is a great opportunity to engage with House leadership, to have an opportunity to speak on the floor, and we'll figure out who does that as we go through in terms of how the executive sessions go. Are there questions to that? Any comments? Anything I missed? Okay. So on decorum, quite honestly, just treat people with respect and dignity. That's what this is. The assumption is that the person that's providing testimony is giving you their best guess, what they know, and they're not trying to be evasive or deception or deceitful. And so just treat people with respect and dignity. It's the same with us. We're all elected officials. We're all adults, and so just treat each other as you would expect to be treated, and I think we'll be fine. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that through the years that I've been here, 90 to 95% of what we discuss is non-political, and we've always left the politics at the door. That's been the way it's been for years. Obviously, there's going to be some bills that both sides are passionate on. That's the only time that I've seen partisan antics in this room. So I just want to say and thank everybody for that.
I agree completely. Tomorrow, the last bill that we hear, I'm actually introducing. And so as the one introducing the bill, I am not allowed to sit on in the committee. So the deputy will take over for that bill. If you have a bill that's being introduced to committee, and you're the one that enters that bill into testimony, then you cannot sit on the committee. You can vote during executive session, but you cannot question. Okay, that's the House rules, and it's pretty straightforward. On executive session, we'll have our first one tomorrow. Essentially, it has to be on the House calendar. So if you look at our calendars, I've got a standard blurb in there that says we may exec bills. Again, as I said initially, the intention is, and without agreement from both sides, we will not exec bills that aren't on the calendar. Okay? But essentially, a motion is made, and then discussion, and then when discussion is done, and then we vote, and we go from there. In terms of committee meeting, you don't have to ask every question. So you are more than welcome to ask questions, and I'm not going to keep you from asking questions. But we also to hold each other accountable. If the same question's been asked 54 times, and I've seen this, then someone else asks the same question. Wait, you just asked that question. And so in my head, I don't say this, but in my head, I go, come on now. Let's be courteous to each other. And so if it's a germane question, if you're compelled to ask it, by all means. But if you're not compelled to do it and it doesn't provide value, then consider not asking the question. And I'm just trying to make sure it's more efficient than asking the same questions or questions that don't matter. Anything else on executive sessions that people want to bring up? I'm sure we'll learn how to do it pretty quickly, but it's fairly straightforward. We talked about absences, we talked about email, talked about dress, food, coffee. These are just the details of things we talked about. All right. We talked about subcommittees. So today we have the Department of Labor coming in at 11. And then we have the employment security folks coming in, and they're just going to provide an example of what kind of testimony we can expect, what are the critical issues from their perspective, and how do we engage with them. Okay, so that's later on today. Here's Davis Allen's phone number right here, Representative Granger. It's on second to last page. One thing that comes up occasionally is that people will want to wear political T-shirts or something like that, and that's just a non-starter. We just won't do that. Yes. So all questions go through the chair, and so it's not your own personal dialogue with the person providing testimony. If you ask a question and you want to follow up, then ask permission for a follow-up. I will almost always guarantee you that you'll get that permission, but it adds that's the process. In committee, we'll address ourselves by representative, and that just keeps that sort of level of formality with it. And a lot of people will email us their testimony. That's great. But the clerk will collect the testimony, and I will ask anyone providing testimony to give written copies to everyone. And you can do what you want with those. A lot of times, it does help to read their testimony beforehand, so you can sort of frame your question.
I have a
Ward?
question about the email system here. I've been out for a couple of years. Is it still the case where the whole committee has one email address, like House Labor at whatever, and then it goes to all of us automatically? Is that still a thing?
Yeah, you can get to that, and I have gotten to it. If you ask me today to get it for you,
I might be able to
it'll-
find it if it's
yeah.
still out there.
And Jamie knows how to do
Yeah,
that.
okay.
The other thing is the email that I've sent to all of you has all 20 of us on it.
Sure,
And so
individually. It has all of us on individually.
yeah, but you could reply all and change the subject
Yeah,
or
okay.
copy and paste it. But it is on the nh.gov.
Somewhere. Okay.
somewhere.
Thanks.
I've done it before, but Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you're looking for the shorthand version of emailing everyone on the committee, if you log into Outlook and search for the committee and start typing, it'll show up. And then if you need the individual emails, click the little plus button next to it and it'll expand it.
But within the Outlook, within our system, we just start typing House Labor or Labor, it'll auto-populate.
Yeah, I've done that in the past.
There you go. Thanks.
Thank you.
I knew the young guys, the millennials, would know the answer to that.
And so voting is pretty straightforward. I'll ask the clerk to conduct a roll call, and it's a roll call vote. It'll be the same order every time. You know, straight off of the committee list. I will vote last. For those of you, here's another thing that I've done in my last two committees. I don't know that it's necessary in this one, but it's field trips. So if there's something that we're stumbling on that we think that firsthand knowledge would be a better way to understand it, let me know. I'm completely open to doing it. I've done it on E&A, we went to the landfills, which is a huge bill, a lot of issues, and that was very helpful. and then
Yes.
welcome. You got here just in time for closing remarks. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Kathy Staub, and I represent Hillsborough 25, which is Ward 5 in Manchester. Sorry I'm late.
No, welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, any alibis, anything that we didn't talk about that we need to talk about, burning questions, not so burning questions, anything that I missed from folks that have been here for a while? Sir?
Mr. Chairman, we have assigned to us a staff person.
Yes.
So it's always been unclear to me what we can ask of them, how we ask. I know we have to go through the chair to ask questions, but there are many times when they probably could put their hands on things quicker than we could, given the resources that they have available to them. So
Yeah.
it's a resource for the committee. But my experience has been we haven't really, as a committee person, really used them a whole lot.
Yeah, so we talked to Davis earlier. Davis Allen is our researcher, and Jamie Wyman is our house clerk, or our assistant, okay? So Jamie does all the scheduling, she does the room setup, and she does sort of the admin activities. She turns in the paperwork, that type of stuff. If you have anything to do with that, contact Jamie. You could do it yourself, just please let me know so that I have an understanding of what she's doing. She has 6 different committees that she supports. So we don't want to overwhelm her, but you're more than welcome. The other person we have is Davis Allen. He's new. He's out of the Labor Department. Nice, energetic kid, just ready to go. If you have questions, if you need RSAs, if you need, former House, for example, I asked him to give me the blurbs for the last year and the votes for the last year, and he gave me that within 24 hours. So if you need something, again, you can contact him directly. His number is in this packet I gave you. But please let me know. So again, I don't want to overwhelm him. If all 20 of us go to him, then that can be problematic. But you feel free if you have questions or you need historical data, anything like that. He's anxious to help.
Thank you. And let me just also mention that for those people who are interested in the history of legislation, many times we get the same bill come in here. I've been over to the archives, and much of that I think is really underutilized, the archives.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to know the history of legislation or why something ended up in the bill, you can actually go on the archives now. A lot of it has been digitized, and you can look at all the testimony for all the legislation.
Wow.
And it's really helpful, especially when you're looking to determine, what the intent was of the legislation. So all of the notes are in there, and all the testimony is in there. And it's a very easy thing to use, and you can get to it by way of the state website. And so I would,
Oh,
for
thank
those
you.
who haven't used it, I would take advantage of it.
And which reminds me, so the reason that we use the microphone, especially in a small room like this, is that our hearings are all recorded. And so they are archived. And in fact, you can look at last year's hearings now. I mean, through the NH General Court website. And so when you do talk, use your microphones, because this speaker goes straight into the video audio recording. And so a lot of times, over across the street, they'll be watching the testimony. And any citizen can watch the testimony. And so that's the way that we make sure the audio is available to them, is through the microphones. Okay? What else? Any other questions, comments? So let's take a 19-minute break, be back here at 11, and ready for the Labor Department to give their introduction. Okay? Thank you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to listen. We're going to have some guests here from the Department of Labor. And ma'am, if you want to join us, and both of you can come up and introduce yourselves and talk about what the great Department of Labor does. Sir.
Forgive me, Mr. Chair, but I was in another committee this morning, so I missed the orientation. And I don't want to be rude to my good friends from the Department of Labor, but I wanted to introduce myself.
Please.
Represented Michael Cahill from Newmarket, and it's been my tradition since this is my 7th term, and I just wanted to let the new members and returning members be aware that this is the best committee. You're lucky to be here.
Very good.
Thank you, sir, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. I'm glad you could join us.
All right, I'm not the most savvy with the technology, so I'm glad I was able to get that started. Good morning. I'm Danielle Albert. I am the Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Labor. Very happy to be here today. I'm here with our General Counsel, Attorney John Garrigan. We appreciate you having us in, and my understanding is maybe for some of you a little bit of an overview about what the Department of Labor does could be of some benefit, as well as maybe some information or overview about how we are available to assist the committee, and then any questions that you may have. So just kind of globally, the Department of Labor, what is it? What does it do? The Department of Labor is primarily involved in in sort of 4 regulatory areas. The 2 largest ones, I would say, being the regulation of what we call wage and hour law. It's a sector of labor law that pertains to, payment of wages, oversight of minimum wage, payment to employees, how they're paid, youth labor, the employment of youth, hours that youth work, those types of areas. It doesn't include unemployment insurance. That's a different agency. And I highlight that because there are times, I think, when New Hampshire Employment Security, who oversees unemployment-related issues, is confused with the Department of Labor. So we don't handle any unemployment insurance-related issues, but if an employee is, working for an employer and there are issues related to how that person's paid, they're not getting paid for all hours worked, the means or modality of payment, that's something that the Department of Labor may get involved with and has some oversight of. In addition, the other primary area that we're involved with, and I would say it's probably the largest portion of what the department is involved with, is regulation of the workers' compensation system for the state of New Hampshire. So it is not regulation of how policies are put together. That's the Department of Insurance. But employers are required to secure and maintain workers' compensation insurance coverage to cover their employees, which is something that the Department of Labor, compliance-wise, assures employers are doing. And then if there are disputes or issues related to the payment of workers' compensation benefits to injured workers, that's something that the Department of Labor would be directly involved in regulating, assisting with, and/or overseeing. So oversight of the workers' compensation system is a large portion of what we do. Other things that the department is involved with, the oversight and regulation of public employee safety. So public employers, the state, towns, municipalities, safety regulations and safety requirements that pertain to those employees is something that the Department of Labor is involved with. And then also, interestingly enough, the oversight and regulation of boiler and elevator certification. So when you go, even in this building, if you go into the elevator, you'll see the certificate that's certifying your elevator to operate. That's something that's overseen and actually issued by the Department of Labor, and we do it for, again, both boilers and air tanks and pressure vessels and all of the elevators in the state. So in addition to regulating those areas, I think it's good to be aware the department has a hearings bureau. So, certain types of disputes that may come forward, and primarily in the context of employees who are asserting that they're owed wages from an employer, they can bring a claim through the department and have an administrative hearing to get a determination or resolution to that claim. We have a hearings bureau with hearings adjudicators who handle those cases and render those decisions, and then disputed workers' compensation cases. If an injured worker is having a dispute with an insurance carrier about whether or not an injury is a compensable one, or the payment of certain benefits attendant to or associated with a compensable claim can be brought to the Department of Labor through the Hearings Bureau, where a neutral adjudicator separate from the regulatory divisions is going to hear the case, take in evidence, and then render a decision. And then there are appeal rights to either various boards or to Superior Court if for any party who is aggrieved by any outcome that comes from our hearings Bureau. That's a little bit about what we do. Quick in a nutshell. Are there any questions that I can take about what we're involved with, or anything about what we do at the department?
Representative McKenzie, you have a question?
I do, thank you.
Good.
You also help injured workers through a process internally that was actually built into the law, the omnibus
Yes.
person. So can you talk a little bit about the role of, so
Absolutely.
that people can come to the department, they can do pro se if they want to, and there is actually somebody to help them within the department?
Yeah, absolutely. So the provision that you're talking about is a portion of our workers' compensation statute. I want to say it's at 281A 42C. Don't quote me on that. What that section of the workers' compensation statute does is it establishes a pro se dispute resolution coordinator, which is a specific position that by law is assigned to work with unrepresented injured workers to assist them in both understanding and then navigating their rights within the workers' compensation system. So, that person is not an attorney, and the law is very clear. The position does not give legal advice, and the position cannot attend disputed hearings with an injured worker, but providing information about the hearing process, providing information about benefits or how they work or what the, statute says about timeframes related to those benefits. Sometimes this position, which is currently filled at the department, sometimes helps connect insurance carriers and injured workers. We find that there is a fair amount of times when there are what we call missed connections. An injured worker, for whatever reason, is having difficulty getting a hold of their adjuster. They keep missing each other. They simply need to be connected to resolve either a bill or indemnity payment, cash payments that are related to the claim, trying to facilitate those communications to resolve those types of issues before they brew into disputes that may ultimately end up going to a hearing. So we do have a full-time position at the department dedicated to working with those individuals. It's a resource that's available to any unrepresented injured worker. Certainly if the injured worker has an attorney and they have a right to secure one if they like, they're not required to. And we have plenty of unrepresented injured workers who are able to navigate the system, including the hearing process, independently. But that position is solely dedicated to working with those individuals to help them really understand how workers' compensation works and how to navigate the system.
And Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you again.
To see you as well.
The question that Representative McKenzie proposed became law when? The ability to have an ombudsman, if I could use that term. Was it a few years ago?
No, it's been in the statute for some time, although I will admit I don't know exactly when the provision went off the top of my head into statute.
Because I always, and when former Chairman Infantine was there, we and I discussed a number of times about, it's so hard to navigate things when it's an issue about, unemployment or in this case, injured workers,
Yeah.
workers' comp-related things. And so you don't know exactly how long, but it's been around for a little while, huh?
It's been in statute for some time, and forgive
Yeah.
me because I don't know off the top of my head when that particular provision
Right.
went into effect. I will say that the department did take a look at the statutory requirement and at the way we had the role configured several years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago now, if my memory serves correctly, and we did refine how we were providing that service in the sense that we had several people previously providing the same type of service, but also handling other areas within the system. And we determined and then implemented that it would be best to have a sole person dedicated to only serving as that coordinator. So for the past 3 or 4 years, it's been that's a singular staff person providing that particular service to injured workers alone.
Please, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That position is probably very unique and applicable for smaller claims, like a couple $1,000s worth of medical bills or something like that, because a lawyer may not want to get involved when it's a couple $1,000s because I think is it still capped at a 20% fee or something?
Attorney's fees,
Yes.
dependent on what stage in the process you're in, it's a little different if you're at the appeals level.
Right.
But attorney's fees for indemnity is going to be at 20%. If there's a medical bill dispute, dependent upon prevailing, then the insurance carrier may
Is
be
there
paying the
statute of
bill.
limitation on claims?
To bring a claim forward, you have 18 months from the date of a denial to assert the claim.
How about from the date of the injury?
From the date of the injury, I believe they, injured workers have 3 years
Okay.
in which to bring the claim forward.
My apologies, I should have asked for a follow-up.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about data regarding wages in the
Sure.
state. The ELMI gives average wages for different types
Mm-hmm.
of employment, but I'm wondering if it's possible to get data for how many people there are at each wage level and what types of jobs they're doing. So, for example, the question that we often get is how many people are actually making minimum wage
Yep.
or $7.25 an hour? We know that there are about 1,000 people in the state. Is it possible to find out what they're doing for work, or is it because it's such a small number, it wouldn't be, it would be specified?
It's an excellent question, and it's probably one that would be better answered through New Hampshire Employment Security. So wage reporting and reporting, how many employees you're paying and information associated to those payments, I believe goes over to Employment Security in the context of their regulation of the unemployment insurance provisions. The Department of Labor will engage with employees and employers, and in the course of performing an audit of or inspecting an employer may look at payroll records and ascertain or determine somebody who should be making minimum wage has not been, and then we may ask that wages be adjusted by that employer to make that employee whole. But as far as employers reporting that type of information to the Department of Labor, we do not receive that type of information. I believe it would be Employment Security, though. You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy. Would you like to touch on the inspection division?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to touch on the inspection division?
Sure, yes, absolutely. So our two primary divisions, our biggest divisions, are Workers' Compensation Division, and then what we also call the Inspection Division, sometimes called Wage and Hour Division, but inspections encompasses a little bit more than just wage and hours. So as it relates to sort of wage and hour types of cases. We have a team of inspectors overseen by a division administrator who will go out and normally upon receiving complaints, when an employee is not barred or precluded from contacting the department and asserting, I'm working for an employer, that employer hasn't paid me, or they're taking deductions out of my paycheck, or asserting some sort of complaint that they may have. The complaint is vetted, and if once vetted, the inspection division may go out and engage with the employer in the course of a labor inspection in looking at or to determine whether or not the wage and hour labor laws are being complied with. That typically involves speaking with the employer. There are employee interviews that can happen. Those are confidential by statute, as well as looking at payroll records or other types of records that the employer maintains. And then if there are determinations or findings that there have been violations of certain labor laws, some violations by statute are subject to a warning. And if a warning is given, the employer has 30 days to mitigate and correct, and it stays as a warning. Some violations, primarily ones related to non-payment of wages, are not subject to a warning. If a violation is cited, then there may be a civil penalty or is a civil penalty that can be at issue. At the conclusion of a labor inspection, the labor inspector does author a report. That report will outline what their findings were, what the determinations are, and then there's a sit-down meeting with the employer where the report is given, it is discussed, and the employer has the option, if penalties are at issue as the result of one of those inspections, has the option to sit down and engage with the inspection division director to sort through whether or not it's something that can be resolved or settled. We call it an informal process. So typically what the department is looking for through that process is, has the employer adjusted some of their practices or corrected violations that they found? And if so, if penalties are at issue, they may be reduced down based on those types of demonstrations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you touch on one of my favorite topics, public sector worker safety and the role that the department plays in that?
Yes. So as I had noted a moment ago, the inspection division is not just limited to wage and hour inspections. We also have within that division what we call our safety inspection unit or area. So the department, through RSA 277 and certain aspects of the workers' compensation statute, oversees and regulates primarily public employer safety. So as it relates to public employer safety, there is a statute that sets forth certain safety requirements that apply to public employees, certain requirements that employers are required to put into place to assure that their employees are safe. It's OSHA regulates, through the federal government, regulates the private sector. In New Hampshire, OSHA does not regulate your towns, your municipalities, the state, the public sector. So that's left to the Department of Labor. So through the statutes and through the department's regulations, we will go out and we will engage and assure that public employers are providing adequate safety for their employees. That is also done through the course of an inspection where a safety inspector goes out, engages with the public employer, and is performing like a workplace audit or inspection of the workplace and employee safety. And in addition to that, there are certain requirements set forth through the workers' compensation statute that apply to all employers, public and private, specifically related to filing safety summary forms and having joint loss management committees in place. Those are requirements that, as part of the workers' compensation statute, are supposed to assure that there are safe workplaces, mitigate the amount of injuries that are happening, and our safety inspectors will also go out and engage with all employers to assure that, if required, to have those have a JLMC and safety summary forms on file, that those pieces have been attended to. You're welcome.
Any other questions? So I do have a question.
Sure.
Regarding your testimony, and how do you interact with the committee, and what's the best way to interact with the committee?
So the department, if I understand the question correctly, you're asking about when the department comes to public hearings and how do we best engage. So we do monitor and follow legislation. So I'll start with saying that certainly we are a resource. I take a lot of pride, I believe Commissioner Merrifield, who's the Commissioner of Labor, takes a lot of pride in that we are a resource not only for employers, employees, insurance carriers, but for you as well. So when questions come up, we are happy to answer them. As it relates to public hearings, we primarily are going to be offering technical guidance. So if we have reviewed proposed legislation and we have some technical guidance to provide, something's maybe conflicting with another area of statute that we think it's important to be aware of, or something that we might not be able to administer, we would want to make certain that you're aware of that if we see complications or problems in administering it for some reason, that we've shared that. We don't view our role as policy. It's not what we're involved with. So giving policy guidance is not how we conceptualize our role, but providing that technical guidance about whether or not the proposed requirements can be implemented, regulated, or work with existing law is how we will approach coming to public hearings. Certainly any questions you have, we will do the best of our abilities to answer. We may not know on the spot, off the top of our heads, the exact answer, but we will always follow up if it's something that you do need to know. And again, if questions come up ahead of public hearings, we're always happy to engage and or answer what we can.
And the one thing you didn't mention, that it's not necessarily the purview of this committee, as this is a policy committee, but also the financial impact going forward in terms of any legislation that's going to have a financial impact. Do you provide that information as well?
Yes, we do. We will provide it, when asked, when fiscal notes are provided to us. If we've assessed that there's a financial impact, we'll provide that information that way, as well as raise it during public testimony. If there's not a financial impact, we're happy to share or answer questions about whether or not there's a concern about financial impact. But yes, our testimony could include whether or not there's a financial impact to any proposed legislation.
Okay. And so do you find normally that at the end of your testimony, you're neutral, or do you actually come out in favor or opposed to giving bills?
By
And
and
I've
large-
seen different departments do it different ways. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question, and thank you for asking it. By and large, the department is neutral on bills. Again, we conceptualize our role as providing the technical guidance. Can we implement the proposed requirements? Do we see technical suggestions to how either to make language more clear, if there's conflict with other areas of law that you should be made aware of? But we do not typically take a position in favor of or not in support of bills.
Okay, great. Anything we missed? Any other questions, comments? Ah, there you are, I'm sorry. Hidden on my right side.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who is going to be representing Department of Labor at our hearings?
It's an excellent question. I believe for the session, it will be Attorney Garrigan and/or myself, so one of the two of us. You're welcome.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it, and look forward to a great session.
It is our pleasure. Thank you very much for having us, and please don't hesitate to reach out if you do need anything.
Absolutely, thank you.
You so much.
All right, so we have 5 minutes until employment security gets here. And is he here? Okay, so we can go ahead and, oh, there he goes. Okay. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
We're good. If you're okay, we're good. Thank you. No, that's great, as long as everyone has room to put it.
I can't carry back my car.
Okay.
Proud.
Need another one?
We're good. You want to grab yours? Rep Granger, are you going to see Farrington or Prout at any time? Oh, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. If you want to give it to him then, okay. I asked. Put it in the box. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. No, that's why they're there. Oh, more? Okay. Cool. All right, sir.
All right.
Please
so,
introduce yourself. and
we'll be
then-
going page by page through all of this material. Your vice chairman has probably told you that's how I usually
Yeah,
do
no,
the
and-
orientation
and
here
we've-
for employment
We blocked
security.
off the rest of the day just for that.
For the record, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security. So some materials that I brought, just so folks have the most up-to-date versions. If you've been on the Labor Committee in the past, you've received a copy of our law and rule book and some other materials. So I brought copies, updated copies for everyone. So what has not been distributed around, and I'll leave for folks to take a copy, is our current version of 282A and all of the relevant rules to 282A. So any legislation that's impacting the unemployment program. The statute and the rules are all right here for folks, so you can grab yourself a copy of that. Those are the heavy ones to bring back to my car. I also brought a copy of what individuals that are newly filing for unemployment, when they come in for their mandated session to get the do's and don'ts for utilizing the unemployment program, this is what they receive when they come in for their 1-hour session with our staff in the New Hampshire Works offices throughout the state. So I thought it'd be helpful for members to see that. The pamphlet with the word scramble on the front is a description of all of our programs, both the unemployment program, but also all of the reemployment programs that we have for both individuals and for employers. And then the thinnest handout is just some information that I present to employers when I go out to talk to them about programs that we have to help with recruitment and retention. So I brought business cards so everyone will have my contact information as well, and I'll make sure to hand those out for folks. Looking around the faces, some of you know where to find me and know where I am at all times, it seems. So for those, it won't be a problem. But just a quick overview of the department, and then more than happy to answer any and all questions that members might have. So employment security is made up of 3 bureaus. The first bureau, the Unemployment Compensation Bureau, the one that is the most popular for a topic to be addressed in this committee. That is with the department's responsibility to administer the unemployment compensation program for the state. So we collect taxes and wage reports from employers. Those taxes that are paid by employers go into the state's trust fund that is managed by Employment Security. And the only payments that are going into there are from New Hampshire employers. And then the only reason to take dollars out of that trust fund is to pay unemployment benefits to eligible individuals. We receive those applications for benefits. We determine eligibility. And as unemployment is a week-to-week eligibility-based program, we then receive those weekly applications, determined weekly eligibility, and provide those payments to what the weekly benefit amount that the individual qualifies for. So that is our largest program that we administer. We have 2 other bureaus. We have the Reemployment Services Bureau. So that is the public front-facing offices that folks have either in or very close to their districts. We have 12 New Hampshire Works offices. We manage all of those offices, and they are located throughout the state to try to provide as much convenience to not only the claim filing public for people utilizing the unemployment program, but also for employers to utilize for recruitment, and for individuals who don't need to be filing for unemployment but are searching for a new job or a better job. They can utilize the resources that we have available in those offices, and we administer a whole assortment of training programs out of those locations as well. Our third bureau is the Labor Market and Information Bureau. So those are the state's team of economists and labor market analysts who work hand in hand with the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they are responsible for publishing and disseminating labor market information. The most common that folks are familiar with would be the monthly unemployment rate in the labor force, but they are also publishing all sorts of materials throughout the year dealing with occupational projections, industry projections, industry demand and occupational demand. So a lot that they review and analyze and publish throughout the year. So all 3 of those bureaus are all housed within employment security. So that's just a general overview. Happy to get into any additional detail or answer any questions that folks have, and have as much time as you need.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions? Representative Flanagan,
Nice to see you, Representative.
could you get your mic, please?
The unemployment situation in the state, we're very low unemployment, correct?
Correct. We're lowest in the Northeast at 2.5%. Federal unemployment's at 4.1%. So lowest in the Northeast and or second lowest in the Northeast. Vermont is usually about a 10th% lower, but we're about third to fourth lowest in the country.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
How do I say this? Are employers like starved for new employees? In other words, is there like a glut of jobs still out there in New Hampshire that employers are trying to fill?
Demand is still elevated, not quite as elevated as we saw initially coming out of the pandemic.
Okay.
But we do we publish it every other month, but it's a job demand report where we actually, we subscribe to a service that combs through all of the job postings for New Hampshire-based employment, or people looking for individuals in New Hampshire for employment. And we break those down by industry, by occupation. We look at what employers are posting. We look at what skills they're identifying. And the number of postings is higher right now than it was in 2019, to give you that pre-pandemic comparison, but not quite as elevated as it had been. The most current data from the Labor Market Bureau, when we were talking with House Ways and Means last week, and New Hampshire is at full employment right now. When you look at, I think Director Gottlob, Brian Gottlob's our director of our Labor Market Information Bureau, his favorite measuring stick for whether a state is at full employment is the employment to population ratio. So that looks at individuals that are 25 to 54 years old, prime working years. And anytime New Hampshire is at 85% of individuals in that group working, historically he considers that to be full employment. New Hampshire is just above that right now. Wow. I think we're at 85.4%. So tight labor market. We've seen about an increase when we look at private sector jobs in the state. We have about 25,000 more private sector jobs now than we did prior to the pandemic. So we've seen overall top line growth of close to 5%, but it has not been anywhere close to being evenly distributed across all of your sectors and employer types. So we continue to see strong growth within the professional, technical, scientific industry. So there's a lot going on there. It's a pretty diverse employment sector.
We need workers.
So we need workers there. Healthcare is where we see a lot of growth in professional, technical, and scientific. Where we haven't seen as much growth is in the healthcare side, particularly hospitals, long-term care. A lot of the occupational demand is registered nurses, LNAs, LPNs. So still probably the highest demand occupation is nursing. Just so happens that registered nurses are your largest occupation in healthcare. So that's where most of your demand is right now.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Labors, for taking my question. Can you tell me how many New Hampshire residents leave the state for work?
You must have been spying on me right before I came over. So the most recent commuter data that we have, so New Hampshire has about 130,000 residents that commute out of the state to work. About 100,000 of them leave to go to Massachusetts. However, we also have about 80,000 people that commute into New Hampshire every day to work. So that's a net loss of about 50,000. The loss is with Massachusetts. So Massachusetts, you get the 100,000 New Hampshire residents that leave to work in Massachusetts, mostly in the southern tier counties. And then we have about 60,000 that come in from Massachusetts to work in New Hampshire. We are net positive with regard to Maine and Vermont, so there are more residents of Maine and Vermont that commute into New Hampshire to work compared to New Hampshire residents that commute out to work in either Maine or Vermont. But about 130,000 New Hampshire residents leave every day to work, and about 80,000 out-of-state residents commute into New Hampshire every day to work.
Thanks very much.
Good question. Thank you. Representative Stopp.
Thank you. I just asked the Department of Labor this question. The ELMI reports average wages in different occupations. Is it possible to get the numbers of people who are employed at different wage levels? For example, how many people are making less than $15 an hour? The other question is, we often hear, well, how many people are actually making $7.25 an hour? We've heard that it's about 1,000. Is there any way to find out what kinds of occupations those are? Or is it like such a small number it can't be anonymized?
So good question. We did, the Economic and Labor Market Information Bureau did put out a report looking at minimum wage earners in New Hampshire. I can send out the link to that for the full
thank you.
committee, but if you want to go look at it right away, if you go on the NHES homepage, so nhes.nh.gov, and you click on data and statistics, and as you scroll down, you'll see that the minimum wage report is one of the featured reports.
Okay, thank you.
That was done, I want to say 2 to 3 years ago. With regard to what we have for wage data, so we get, so there's a couple sources there. One, we get the quarterly wage and tax reports from employers. Employers tell us everyone who worked for them in W-2 employment during that quarter, and they tell us exactly how much they were paid during that quarter. We don't know whether they are full-time or part-time. We don't know what their hourly rate of earnings is based on those records. It's very minimal amount of information that we have. So all we get is first name, last name, social security number, and the amount that they earned. We also get survey-based data through Bureau of Labor Statistics that does look at occupational earnings. And so the occupational earnings, the hourly rates that you see in the publications, it's taken from the survey-based data. And that does break it down by occupation. And it gives a sense of, which of those occupations are projected to grow, which are projected to lose positions. So it does have some data there. The other source of hourly data, we do take the tax and wage reports from employers. Those reports are coded by industry. So we know based upon the North American Industrial Classification System, or NAICS code, we know whether you're a healthcare employer or a manufacturer or hospitality, and we do publish the average earnings, hourly earnings for workers in each of those sectors, but it's sector-based, not occupational-based.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I've been looking at some statistical data of remote positions. Do you guys have kind of a conduit to track that, of how the remote positions are in New Hampshire versus others?
Yeah, so what we have and what we would like to have more of, so most of because the filings from employers don't include that type of information, we don't have administrative records which say definitively how many remote positions there are in New Hampshire, but we do have some survey-based data, and we've been looking to do more New Hampshire employer surveys around that topic. So hopefully that's something to come in 2025. The most recent data that I have seen put New Hampshire up in the top 5 states nationally for the number or percentage of employers that indicate the desire to continue to have some level of remote, whether that be limited remote or full remote. But New Hampshire was, I think Colorado had the most the highest percentage of employers looking to continue to offer remote. New Hampshire had the second most in that survey, and that was a national survey, and it was about 35% of employers were looking to continue to have some level of remote. About over 50% of jobs in New Hampshire are in sectors that it's very difficult to have remote. You think about those frontline, customer-facing type jobs, also manufacturing, construction, healthcare, hospitality. So, that's a little over 50% of our jobs. Difficult to have much remote there, but most of the growth that I'd indicated in professional, technical, scientific, the highest growing industry in terms of number of jobs since the pandemic. It's an industry that very much lends itself to flexibilities with scheduling, flexibilities of where you're going to be working. So it seems that's what people are demanding and kind of voting with their feet and tending to go to jobs within that sector.
Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a couple of questions here that I think kind of go together. So let me just ask this. So
Absolutely.
yeah. So how is the system funded so that people understand, how this happens and what the federal role would be? And then just give us a sense, if you could. We'll drill more into this when we have legislation that deals with increasing the rate. But just give a sense of like what the top rate is and that kind of stuff. So funding, there's an administrative fee that comes out of the employer contributions and things, just because this is our first committee and maybe the first introduction to unemployment insurance for many people.
Yeah, certainly, Representative. So the unemployment system is 100% employer funded. Employers, as I indicated before, they file that quarterly tax and wage report with the department. That includes all of the employment that they provided with a very limited amount of information on each employee. And then the employers pay based on their experience-based tax rate for the wages that they paid out during that quarter. States are similar in how they assess unemployment taxes on employers, but not exact. So there are some ways that is compared in terms of unemployment tax burden state to state that I can talk about. In New Hampshire, employers pay at their earned rate on the first $14,000 in annual earnings per employee. So a new employer in New Hampshire starts at an earned rate of 2.7%. That 2.7% then is adjusted by the solvency controls in our statute. So they are referred to as fund balance reductions. So when the unemployment fund grows to levels approaching and achieving solvency, the fund balance reductions reduce those rates. And then when the unemployment trust fund starts to fall below those solvency amounts, those discounts or those fund balance reductions go away. So right now, that new employer starts at 2.7% for their first year, and right now there's a fund balance reduction of 1%. So they pay at 1.7% on the first $14,000 in annual wages per employee. Now, the average employer right now is paying at about 0.6% per employee on those first $14,000 in annual wages. So about $85 per employee per year is what the current rate is. That is about the lowest it's been in the last 30 years, and lower than it was prior to the pandemic. Nationally, when you compare, again, each state has a little bit of a different way of calculating the experience-based tax rate, and also on what the taxable wage base is, or that 14,000. Some states it's less, some states it's more. When you just take total taxes paid compared against total wages paid, New Hampshire has the third lowest unemployment tax burden in the country currently, lowest in the Northeast. Florida is the lowest, Mississippi is the second lowest, and then New Hampshire at 0.6%. Nationally, that unemployment tax burden, New Hampshire's about a third of the national average, and we're a third of what Massachusetts requires of their employers. So on the revenue side, it's completely employer funded. That all goes into the unemployment trust fund that is managed by Employment Security. That trust fund currently sits at about $390 million. Those funds sit with the U.S. Treasury. They do not sit in a bank account managed here in New Hampshire. States are required to have those trust fund dollars be in with U.S. Treasury. We then draw down from that and deposit into that on a daily basis through our own locally managed accounts. So we look at what our demand is going to be for benefit payments. We draw that down each week so that we can make those payments out of a local account. And then as those tax dollars come in, they then immediately get deposited. Same day they come in, they go to that Washington-based account. So 390 million, that's the healthiest the New Hampshire's Unemployment Trust Fund has ever been. Going into the pandemic, just to put it into perspective, we were at about $300 million. New Hampshire was fortunate. We did not have to borrow from the federal government in order to pay benefits during the pandemic. A lot of states did. Massachusetts had to borrow significantly in order to continue to pay benefits, meaning they depleted their own trust fund. New Hampshire did not have to do that. And by all measures right now, with the federal government, they do a solvency report every year of states' trust funds, their unemployment trust funds. New Hampshire is currently solvent. Right now, I think we're above solvency just because one of the years that they take into consideration when they're evaluating solvency is they look at your three worst or highest benefit payout years in the last 20 years. Well, one of those is the pandemic. An outlier probably shouldn't be factored in to that calculation, but it is still New Hampshire is solvent. So employer paid, trust fund solvent, benefits going out. Currently, as Representative Flanagan had asked about, low unemployment. Right now, we have about 3,200 to 3,300 individuals that are collecting unemployment benefits on a weekly basis. We track that and compare that to pre-pandemic. Just to put it into perspective, we're slightly lower than we were in 2019 when you look at the same week. We're running about 5 to 10% below volume that we had in 2019, which was a good labor market, good healthy economy. Massachusetts, country as a whole, are higher than they were. They're anywhere from 10 to 15% higher than they were in 2019, same week. So New Hampshire, lower volume of unemployment claims right now. Nationally, they're looking at a little bit higher when you compare to 2019. When someone comes in and files for unemployment, as I had indicated, you have to be initially eligible, so you have to be unemployed through no fault of your own. Most common scenario there is a layoff, but there are voluntary quit scenarios that could trigger eligibility based upon the circumstances of why someone left employment. Those are much more likely to be determined ineligible if you're quitting employment than being considered eligible, but we do have scenarios that you could be eligible. When you come in, we look at make sure your separation was a qualifying separation, so you're unemployed through no fault of your own, and then we look at your wages, what you had in your 4-quarter base period. For most people, their 4-quarter base period is the first 4 of the most recently completed 5 calendar quarters. If you don't have enough wages there, we'll look at the most recent 4 completed calendar quarters. And you need to have at least $2,800 in covered employment, so W-2 earnings from a New Hampshire employer, and 2 quarters of at least $1,400 in that base period in order to be monetarily eligible for unemployment benefits. Right now in New Hampshire, your maximum weekly benefit amount is $427. That benefit amount has been at $427 since 2007. In order to be eligible for that, you need to have earned at least $41,500 in your 4-quarter base period. If you come in right at that 41.5, that wage replacement rate for what the benefits that you'll receive of 427, what that represents to the wages you are earning, it's about a 54% wage replacement rate. However, when you look at the average base period earnings for individuals that are qualifying for that 427 right now, the average base period earnings that they're receiving is about $88,000. So individuals on average qualifying for $427 a week had annual earnings of $88,000. So a wage replacement rate that's more down in the line of around 30%. You need to demonstrate your eligibility every week for which you are unemployed. You do that by filing online a weekly application where you certify to being able to work, available to work, and you're conducting an adequate work search to show your attachment to the labor market. You're out there talking to hiring employers. You're preparing yourself to get back to work. We confirm that with your weekly application, and then for each week that occurs, you could be paid that weekly benefit amount for up to 26 weeks during your benefit year. New Hampshire does allow you to have part-time work while you're collecting, so you're able to have part-time work, and you need to report that with your earnings while you're collecting unemployment. There is a disregard for, we do allow you to earn up to 30% of your weekly benefit amount without it reducing your weekly benefit amount. And anything above that, we then reduce your weekly benefit amount dollar for dollar with the earnings that you receive. Right now, individuals are eligible for up to that 26 weeks. On average, they're filing for 12 and a half weeks right now. That has been creeping up. So from the beginning of 2023 to where we are right now, average duration, or the number of weeks that people are filing for on average, has gone up about 2.5 weeks. So we have been watching that slowly increase. Still one of the lower average durations in the country. New Hampshire is usually in the top 5 in terms of lowest duration. And one of the lowest exhaustion rates, so number of people that use all 26 weeks of their benefits. Right now, I think we're right around 17% of filers exhaust their benefits. So completely employer-funded, healthy, solvent trust fund of $390 million. On the benefits side, weekly certifications, weekly eligibility determination, and the most that you can get right now is $427.
That's a mouthful. Thank you. Great question. Representative Warden.
Yeah. When you were talking earlier about the unemployment rates statewide and such, how does the department account for people who are 1099 independent contractors? Maybe even that would include like an individual proprietor, like a plumber who works for him or herself. How do you account for those people?
Great question. So the unemployment rate gets derived from the monthly survey conducted by U.S. Census and Bureau of Labor Statistics. So they do a monthly survey of about 1,300 households in New Hampshire, and based upon the answers to the questions that are asked, that's what then gets extrapolated out to determine who the number of employed, the number of unemployed. Generally, if you're working 1099 employment, those earnings do not get reported and do not get taxed by the department. So it's only your W-2 earnings that get reported and are subject to the tax. But depending on the households that are part of the survey each month, an individual that is self-employed or working 1099 based employment or gig employment, they could be answering those questions in a way that would put them into the employed group. So I think you get some of that self-employment 1099 based earnings will get captured in that survey. And so again, it's that survey that determines our labor force number, determines the unemployment rate. Different, though, than the administrative records that get filed each quarter by employers and the job numbers that we get from that.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have a I have a couple questions here. I haven't been able to get the answer to these. I've done a little research, but are you aware of any private sector unemployment insurance options in the state of New Hampshire or elsewhere in the United States?
I'm aware of your bill.
I'm not allowed to ask you later, so I figure I ask you now.
No, I am not aware of any private unemployment insurance options in New Hampshire or in other states. It's worth asking that question as well to the Department of Insurance, to the extent it was an insurance product that would be required to register with them. But I'm not aware of any private unemployment insurance options.
Okay. Are you
For a
aware of any
follow-up?
follow-up?
Please.
Are you aware of any federal or state law that would make it impossible or illegal for private sector unemployment insurance to exist?
Again, I did prepare some materials for the hearing on your bill, Representative, later on today. I think 2:30 is when it's being heard. So you're not held in suspense here, we did reach out, as we do. We reach out to the U.S. Department of Labor with every bill that is filed that proposes a change or to do anything to the unemployment compensation program, because it is a federal-state partnership. And states need to be in conformity and compliance with federal requirements for employers to get a whole host of benefits. So we did reach out to them with a copy of your bill, and while they said they do not generally comment on bills that are not looking to make a change, as your bill looks to create a study committee, they did say that, and I didn't bring it with me now, but I have it for 2:30, a copy of their response that said if there were private insurance options that could cause problems for New Hampshire employers. So right now, because New Hampshire has an unemployment program that meets federal requirements, and we're in compliance and conformity with federal requirements, two things happen as a result of that. One, New Hampshire receives about $30 million in grant awards to implement all sorts of programs, the unemployment program, reemployment services programs. And then we also have the benefit for New Hampshire employers that they get a reduction in their federal unemployment tax of 90%, as long as they pay their state unemployment tax. So because New Hampshire is in compliance with federal requirements, considered in conformity, New Hampshire employers, rather than paying 6% on that first $14,000 in wages to employees to the feds for their FUTA, or their federal unemployment tax, they pay 0.6%. So a 90% reduction. That benefits New Hampshire employers about $200 million in tax savings per year because we have a compliant unemployment compensation program. So if you were to privatize that and an employer were not paying their state unemployment tax, or the state did not have eligibility rules in place for individuals collecting unemployment that met those federal requirements, that would be in jeopardy. So employers might be subject to their full FUTA, their full federal unemployment tax. And again, collectively for the whole state, that's about $200 million.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any special considerations for employers that have no presence in New Hampshire other than employees?
A good question. We've seen an increase in registrations for out-of-state entities that have New Hampshire employment. So where that comes up most right now is individuals that are fully remote. So I live in New Hampshire and I work for a Minnesota company. I never go out there, right? I'm in New Hampshire 100% of the time. That Minnesota employer is required to register in New Hampshire and pay taxes on the wages paid to that New Hampshire employee. So you do see some of that, particularly coming out of the pandemic, an increase in the number of single employee or low employee employer registrations with those out-of-state employers. So if the employee is in New Hampshire and they're not going out to that other state's location, wherever the business might be primarily located, they need to be reported in New Hampshire and the taxes paid on the New Hampshire, to New Hampshire on the wages.
Yeah, please.
And do you have any statistics, numbers on how many employees there are like that in the state?
I don't, but that's something we can get. We can look at that. Most of that, I do know from having looked at it previously, a lot of that is in the growth within professional, technical, scientific, which that's where you have consulting, a lot of professional services. So a lot of, some of that growth has been with those single employee out-of-state employers. But we can get that statistic for you.
Great, thank you.
And one last question, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might have two. Thank Mr.
All right.
Lavers. Yes. Getting back to the 1099, as I understand, the 1099 employees, their wages are not filed, they're not paying in, so therefore normally they do not receive benefits, although that did happen during COVID. And that was federal money? Yes?
Correct, yeah. It was, eligibility was broadened by the feds during
Yep.
the pandemic period, and the dollars that self-employed individuals that were unable to conduct their self-employment, those were all federally financed benefits.
Small
Paid
follow-up?
by New Hampshire Employment Security, but federally financed.
Small follow-up?
Small.
Thank you. And that also would be in jeopardy if we were to privatize the unemployment insurance. Is that correct?
It's a good follow-up question for U.S. Department of Labor, but I believe if we're not in compliance, I think that does jeopardize the ability to participate in federal programs. Normally, that only occurs, we're only participating in federal benefit programs during the times of an economic downturn, pandemic or Great Recession. Usually the feds will come in, they'll increase benefits, they'll broaden eligibility, they'll increase the number of weeks. So those types of, the ability to participate in those could be jeopardized. But again, it would largely depend on what the parameters were for any private unemployment insurance program.
Tiny little question about the remote workers.
Okay, go.
Okay, I think this could be a one-word response. Okay, of the remote workers in New Hampshire, are there any federal employees that are working remote currently or as of yesterday?
I am sure there are. New Hampshire has, rather than go off top of mind here, let me tell you how many federal employees we have. I was going to be close. I was going to say 8,000. We have about 9,000 federal government employees in the state of New Hampshire. A lot of those are postal carriers, and then across all other federal departments. But you have 9,000 people in New Hampshire that work for the federal government.
Thank you very
And they
much.
might not be remote, right? They could
yeah.
be reporting to their federal office in New Hampshire. So I don't know how many are remote, but 9,000 federal workers in New Hampshire.
All right.
Thank you.
And Representative Amelino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Mr. Lavers. A couple things. We talked about the trust fund and the employer share. So two questions with the indulgence of the chair.
Please.
Can you speak about the administrative part of that and how that's funded, and the penalty phase if the business is out of phase with credits and you know where I'm going?
Yes. All right. So two things there. One, the administrative portion of that employer tax. So 282A does have a provision that 0.4% of the quarterly tax paid by employers is not put into the trust fund. It goes into the administrative contribution fund. That money gets used for two things. One, $6 million a year goes to the job training fund. So that fund pays for training for individuals who are eligible for Medicaid, Medicaid expansion, TANF, or SNAP to help them get back to work. It also pays 50% reimbursement to employers for their training costs that they have for their existing workers. It also pays for the Work Ready New Hampshire program that's conducted on all the community college system campuses with that job readiness free class that they provide to New Hampshire residents. The other portion of it goes to pay the administrative costs of the department, fill the gap in that is left by the inadequacy of the federal grants that we get. And that basically supports about, we have 12 New Hampshire Works offices. The administrative contribution supports about 6 of those 12. So if we had to rely on the federal dollars alone, we'd only be able to have 6 offices instead of our 12. The penalties on employers, the second question there. So in New Hampshire, we have 3 tax rate schedules for employers. And this is all set within 282A. The first schedule is for positive rated employers. Positive rated meaning that they have paid more in taxes than we have paid out in unemployment benefits to their former employees. Those employers have the lowest rates, as they should. They are the least amount of risk to the unemployment compensation program. Then there is a second table, which is for newly negative rated employers, meaning that in the last year, they have gone from being a positive rated employer, where they have paid more taxes in than we've paid out in benefits, to flipping that, where we have now paid out more benefits to their former employees than they have paid in taxes. So that middle table for those newly negative rated, it has slightly higher rates than for the positive rated employers. And then for any employer that is negative rated for 4 years or more, or the chronically negative rated employers, these are employers with seasonal business patterns, seasonal layoffs. Those employers pay at table 3 highest rates, and they also have penalties on them. So when other New Hampshire employers, positive rated employers, are getting those fund balance reductions, and there's a whole, I could go into fund balance reductions we could spend all of lunch on it. For the negative rated employers, they have surcharges or penalties to make up for their risk and using the unemployment program quite frequently, or at least with their former seasonally laid off employees. So they pay at higher rates, and they have penalties based upon the balance in the trust fund. I think that covered it.
Great questions. All right. Excellent start. Thank you so much for good questions. Thank you for your testimony. And we'll meet back here at 1 p.m. to start our first hearings. And if Republicans can hold tight real quick, I got about 4.5 minutes worth of stuff to talk about. Thank you so much. We'll see you in 51 minutes. Oh, you plan on introducing? Yes, sir. Okay, we're good. This hearing will come to order. And the first hearing this afternoon is House Bill 69, an act requiring businesses to use the federal E-Verify system of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. To introduce the bill is Representative Saborin.
Representative Saborin D. Chouanier, but that's okay. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
Saborin D. Chouanier.
Yes, sir.
Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, Chairman Creighton and members of the committee. I'm Representative Saborin D. Chouanier from Rockingham District 30 in Seabrook. Today, I'll be introducing HB 69, of which I'm a co-sponsor, requiring businesses to use the federal E-Verify system of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Following the introduction of this bill, I do need to go to my next committee. I'm introducing a bill which I'm the prime sponsor of. I'm just a co-sponsor here. I will not be able to stay after that. That being said, this is a pro-worker bill. The goal here is to formally adopt the E-Verify program as mandatory best practice for our business community. This program was passed federally by the Clinton administration and is free for businesses to use. The more states that participate, the more accurate the accounting. This bill has been in front of this committee before and is a frequent flyer. So if any committee members have any questions, I do encourage them to visit the program website, everify.gov. It does feature a list of frequently asked questions. Thank you all for your time and consideration. And looks like there's plenty of other folks that wish to testify as well.
Okay, do we have any questions? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. Just out of curiosity, with what we've seen with the changing of the guard down in Washington, D.C., I would ask, is this bill really necessary at this point?
It's worth considering.
Okay, thank you.
Worth considering, yeah. Cool.
Okay,
Thank
and that, a technical question. How does the system work with people with two-letter names? Like if you're from Korea or China or something of that nature where you have a two-letter last name, does that system work?
I don't want to give any information I'm not totally confident on, sir, so I would suggest consult the everify.gov website on that matter.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, sir. Thank
Cool.
you so
Thank
much.
you very much. Thank you.
All right. Miss Wellington? If you could just state your name and who you represent, and then we'd love to hear your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Creighton. Good afternoon to the members of the committee. I'm Christine Wellington. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire. I'm here as an individual, but as a member of the New Hampshire Immigrants' Rights Network, I did send out yesterday a letter stating our group's opposition to this bill. The E-Verify program's been around for about 30 years. It's remained unpopular and not well used. Some entities that have federal contractors are mandated to use it. Only 10 states in the union mandate employers to use it, and even in those states, it's ill and underused, and there have been no consequences for those employers. It doesn't seem to be something that's business-friendly, much less employer-friendly. Just to go back to the numbers, in the United States, there's approximately 33 million employers or businesses, and there's only 1.3 million employers enrolled in the E-Verify program. In New Hampshire, there's about 2,600 employers enrolled in this program, but there's almost 40,000 businesses by the data that I was able to pull up. There are costs and pitfalls to employers, especially the smallest employers that don't have HR companies and mechanisms to handle this. And the U.S. Department of Justice in the past has brought lawsuits against employers that have mishandled it, mostly inadvertently, but still that's not something that you want on your record. The program has been error-written with a lot of false positives, meaning that the employee was misclassified as ineligible to work when that person actually was. The law requires that the employer notify the employee, but because of the complicated nature of these things, especially small employers might not know that, and that can get them into trouble, and it also costs the employee who was actually eligible, you know, a loss of a job. So we would ask that the committee vote this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. To the best of your knowledge, is there any barrier to an employee who wants to use E-Verify? Is anyone preventing them from using it if that's what they want to do?
No, any employer, it's a voluntary program right now unless you're in a mandated jurisdiction. So you can do that. And I should have pointed out that, as we all know, every employer, every single employer has to verify eligibility to, for that employee to be able to be hired to work, and that's through that I-9 system that we're all so familiar with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Have there been any data breaches with this program that you're aware of?
In my research about this program and on the E-Verify website, I did not see anything about data breaches. I should point out that in 2024, 40,000 eligible employees were initially misclassified nationwide. So there is a significant error issue.
Thank you.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for coming and testifying. I did get your email. Thank you very much. My question is, if someone's denied because of E-Verify and there is a mistake on the form, the employer is supposed to advise the potential employee and give them a certain time to rectify it, do they not?
That is exactly right. The employer is legally obligated to notify the employee. Oftentimes that does not happen.
Right.
The employee has 9 federal business days to submit the correct information and presumably then get hired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Representative McKenzie.
I knew there was an ability.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the testimony. So somebody enters the system, they are flagged as being in violation of the law, so they get flagged under the system. They don't correct that. What is the consequence long-term for somebody that gets flagged like that? What happens to them in the actual system?
Well, for any person that's wrongfully misclassified because the information in the system is incorrect, it draws information from both the Department of Homeland Security and the Social Security Administration, and it's not to determine immigration status, it's to determine eligibility to work. But if those aren't corrected, then this will be repeated over and over for every system user of E-Verify.
Mr. Chair, thank you again. Getting to the chairman's question about 2-letter names and other variations where in many cultures that people have 4 or 5 names that may be used in the wrong order. And I think last time we talked about the umlaut, which is common in many Scandinavian languages. Are any of these possible triggers for misclassification?
Absolutely, it's input, output. So, I mean, I guess the good news is both DHS and Social Security do deal with names, and obviously DHS does deal with names of people that might be not in the majority usage, like they're not Smiths and Jones. But you're right, if it's not entered in properly, the information could come back as ineligible when the person is in fact eligible, where the I-9 process, which the employers have to go through anyhow, even if they use E-Verify, the employer can account for that by looking at the documents and not relying on a machine.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. If an employer misuses the system, might that employer be subject to a lawsuit?
Absolutely. probably a discrimination lawsuit, and it could be an action by the U.S. Department of Justice. Some employers have wrongfully used it as a screening tool, screening only people that they believe are not citizens. Or it's really supposed to be used, if you think you're going to hire that person, it's at the time that you'd give them the I-9, here, let me know that, let's finish this process. This is when you use E-Verify. But some people use it prematurely and for improper purposes. And again, with small employers, that raises the risk of misusing it with no actual intention, but just out of ignorance.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And if we could have Natch Guys. And please introduce yourself and who you represent.
Thank you. Nate Grays for the Business and Industry Association. It's BIA. We are the statewide Chamber of Commerce and the Manufacturers Association of New Hampshire. We do oppose this legislation. It would create additional regulatory burdens, resulting in additional costs for compliance for employers who do not already voluntarily use E-Verify. Under existing law, the law already requires that employers obtain documentation necessary to prove that the person is eligible to work. And that gives employers in the state of New Hampshire flexibility to use the system that works best for them, that allows them to keep costs of compliance low, allows us to keep a competitive work environment because we have a voluntary system. Many large employers choose to use E-Verify, some do not. Again, it all just falls under that purpose of the system, which is ensuring that the employee has the ability to work in our state. And we already have that enshrined in our law with additional flexibility that some other states do not allow employers. So we do not believe that this legislation is necessary at this time. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
No questions? Thank you very much. Last pin card I have is Danielle. Labor. Very good.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Labor. I will attempt to be very brief. The department would just relay that we have reviewed the proposed language. We understand the intended purpose of the proposed language. Specifically, we understand that to be requiring all employers to use the E-Verify system in addition to obtaining the documentation currently required by law showing eligibility to work. We would also relay, just as a technical standpoint, in looking at the proposed language, there is the additional or the added requirement of employers using the E-Verify system to verify employment eligibility. It maintains the current requirement that the employer has to maintain documentation for the periods documentation for eligibility to work for the periods of time required by federal law. As phrased and in conjunction with the added language, it's not all that clear what documentation is being referred to. Is that the documentation showing the employee's eligibility to work, the I-9, the Social Security card, the driver's license, in addition to the physical documentation or printout used from E-Verify, or one or the other? So our suggestion would be to perhaps clarify if the intent is for the employer to maintain the printout or some sort of proof that they've used the E-Verify system in addition to maintaining the documentation showing eligibility to work, to make that clear. Because as currently written, it's not so clear which documentation is being requested for maintenance. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions, should anybody on the committee have any.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
In the days that we live in now, in our southern and northern border, I want to say this discreetly, and maybe you don't know the answer to, but if someone came up that they weren't able to work in the state, i.e. country, is there any shared data with immigration that you know of?
I do not know.
Okay.
Good,
I'm glad you didn't guess.
In the sense that it's not something directly regulated by the Department of Labor, so I do not know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Deputy Commissioner. From an enforcement standpoint from your department, would this be a primary offense? Would this be a secondary offense? Would there be fines? Would there be additional? You can take it from there.
Yes, no. So I believe, if I understand the question, and please correct me if I have it wrong, are you asking whether or not violations, if found, would be subject to warning prior to penalty? Yes, so for context, under RSA 273.11a, certain types of violations are subject to immediate penalty on finding of a violation, and all others are subject to a warning with a 30-day correction or cure period for the employer to correct the violation. My recollection is, per this particular language, this would be subject to violation without warning.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Cahill.
And so just so I'm clear on my colleague, Mr. Avalani's question, if an employer didn't use E-Verify for one or two applicants and someone got wind of that, he could be facing serious penalties?
That would be correct. If the department, were this language to pass, such that employers are now required to utilize the E-Verify system in addition to the other stated requirements, and the department were to engage with an employer and find in the course of a labor investigation that the employer has failed to comply with the requirement to use E-Verify, it would be subject to penalty as set forth in the statute without warning. So the warning with 30 days to cure would not be applicable.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I do have a question regarding testimony this morning that New Hampshire was in a full state of employment and that many folks were looking for workers. What impact would this law have on companies looking for workers? Would it make it harder for people to hire, do you think?
I don't know that the Department of Labor would be in the position to adequately or accurately answer that question. In large part because we don't engage with workforce development. There are other state agencies that engage with employers and employees more in that context. So I don't know that we would have sufficient information to be able to weigh in on whether or not there would be an impact on people looking for work or ability to get hired.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else from the committee? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Albert. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Are you going to move your office over here now? Is that the plan?
Happy to do so if you would
All
like.
right, I appreciate that. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on HB 69? That being said, this closes the hearing on HB 69. And at 1:45, we will hear HB 353. So we've got a 25-minute hiatus. We cannot start early because it's posted on the calendar. So moved. 25 minutes. That was fairly straightforward. We could, but we're not. Yes, I understand that. Fully understand. I know.
So I'm trying to plan today and tomorrow. So I know we've got voting tomorrow.
We're shooting for 3:30, and who knows?
So if I need to be out, I know the bills and I can tell sponsors.
It's best if you can stay for the testimony, but you get paid $100 a year. So, I completely understand.
Worth every penny.
You have to be here to vote, though. That is the commitment. So, I just talked to Arnie Davis, Colossus. He said there's 9 kids. All right, welcome back. I'd like to open the hearing on House Bill 353, an act relative to hearing protection for employees of nightclubs and music venues. Representative McKenzie, are you here to introduce the bill?
Yep.
Awesome. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Mark McKenzie. I am from District 40, The Float in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm here to introduce this legislation and to also explain to you kind of the evolution of this since I started working on this some time ago. This originally was intended to protect people who work in venues, music venues. And what we discovered during the course of working on this is that there is a demarcation between public sector and private sector workers. So you've got the OSHA will cover private sector, and then there is some information, there is some rules that cover public sector. And we have no jurisdiction over the private sector in terms of OSHA right now. We hopefully at some point OSHA may be part of the state scheme. So the idea that we would regulate that would be a very difficult thing to do in the confines of our laws. I did, though, during the course of this, communicate on a number of occasions with OSHA representatives. And what I found out is that they currently protect workers in the private sector, that they have the authority to go in any place that produces noise which is over and above the recommendations, that they can go in and basically, do like they do any other regulation, that they can control that. They can go in and there's ways that they can encourage people to lower the sound, not only in music venues, but in all venues, whether it be, a particular company. So let me just say a little personal piece of this was, I had two experiences with hearing loss. One's my brother who's had hearing loss since he was a child, and I watched him struggle for a number of years with poor hearing. I watched also the people that I work with in the fire service who have been exposed for a number of years to very loud noise. Machinery, engines, sirens, all those kinds of things. And what you realize when you get together as a group of firefighters, and we get together on a regular basis, you realize that many of the firefighters that came, my generation of firefighters, the newer guys that protected, ended up with hearing loss. So we have a preventable, something is preventable, something that we could mitigate the danger involved with hearing loss. And so I think that as a state, though we can't regulate the private sector, we can begin the process of looking at this issue and potentially adjusting the rules so that the rules are more responsive and provide more protection for workers. Now, the Department of Labor is here, and I have been in discussions with them, and as always, they're very helpful in offering to work with us on the rules. Now, what I would suggest in the rules is to mirror some of the stuff that's currently in place in terms of the federal law. And right now, there are standards under the lab rules 1400, but they are different, though they're similar, but they are different, so they have higher thresholds than the federal law would have under NIOSH and recommendations. So I think we can do that, but the big gap, I think, in the public sector under the lab rules is that there is no long-term look at. So when you identify people, what is the mitigation program long-term? So it's not just a matter of going in and say, well, it's loud. But there are going to be industries where you can't necessarily control the levels all the time. So there's a whole process of the way that you deal with that is not really detailed necessarily in the, in the state law. So it's called a hierarchy of controls, so you begin the process of trying to move people out, trying to provide hearing protection, so there's a whole way of doing that. And that is not articulated in the current rules. Now, let me say that 85 decibels is a normal sound. You can go to many restaurants and do that. I would suggest, though, that you go to the NIAR site and you download the app that you can put on your iPhone. And the next time you're in a music venue, or even, and that could be a small bar, or it could be a big one, just take a look at how loud that sound is. Anything over 85 decibels, you have to begin the process of backing down the amount of time that you actually can be exposed to it. And it's not unusual, and I've been doing a little bit of research, field work. It's not unusual to go into a bar or a venue and have the decibels at 100. Now, why is that? So I can walk out. I can simply walk out of this thing. But people working in those environments can't necessarily do that. And so they are exposed over and over again to very loud sounds. And I think this is one area that we can work on in the state, and the Department of Labor is willing to. I think there should be more interest by OSHA in terms of helping these workers. That said, I understand that anybody who works in clubs, anybody who's a bartender, that's a very transient group of people. And they don't have any representation whatsoever. There's no Workers Restaurant Association, because OSHA said we would be willing to come in and work with people who work in those venues. But how you put those people in one room is very difficult. It's a very difficult business to work in. So what I'm suggesting is that we move forward with some discussion in the rules to see if we can modify the rules. Now, we don't need legislation to modify the rules. That'll go in front of JELCAR when that's eventually done. So this bill, you could basically, if you want to ITL a bill, we could do that. If you want to hold it in abeyance until we come back with the rules, or I can just reintroduce some version of it, perhaps next year. But the original version that shows is not going to, we couldn't necessarily, that would not sustain a challenge because we have no jurisdiction in the private sector. So that's kind of my thing. The DOL is here and that they'd like to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I just got to, yes, I'll get to you in a second. I just got to, okay, so your last statement was that we don't have jurisdiction, this bill won't fly anyway.
No, we do have jurisdiction over the public sector. So
But
we
there's
could
no
theoretically.
there's no public nightclubs. Well, maybe there should be, as long as
Well,
it's
this is
classic
not-
rock, I'm good, but.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I think that I didn't hit the mark when I originally put this legislation in for specifically nightclubs.
Okay, now I understand. I'm just Representative Flanagan and then Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if maybe that was helpful, because at first you said that it would be more for the public sector because we can't deal with the private sector, but this bill specifically says nightclubs and music venues, and I thought the same thing was that the state doesn't have any music venues or nightclubs that they own. But then you talk about, so basically you want the employment security people or workers' comp, maybe?
DOL, yeah.
Yeah, to write a rule, follow up?
Please.
Yeah, you want them to set up rules within their framework through JELCAR that basically has these sound limits on nightclubs and music venues.
I would strike the nightclub stuff completely on the rules. I would just say, and you can talk to them, but there would be if I had my way, it would be a rule within, and there is currently a rule there. It would be a matter of building it out. So there is a rule in Lab Rules 1400. So it'd be building it out to cover public sector, not necessarily nightclubs alone, but it would be to cover the public sector noise, which they do now to a certain extent. This would enhance the program they currently have.
Thank you very much.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you realize that many of the people working in these music venues are musicians, and they're more likely to be 1099s if they're filing? and not really an employee of the venue.
Yes. I think the part of the research has been to kind of unpack the way that the industry works in general. But having said that, Representative, that to the workers is not, that's not good for the workers in the long run.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So then, your goal is to try to protect all the workers, the servers, the bartenders, the bouncer, and the musicians themselves by having some enforcement, some standards of the decibel level.
The legislation the direction I got to take this would be that it would only be covering public sector workers. OSHA currently has the capacity to deal with private sector workers, but they don't have the jurisdiction for the public workers. So this would be an enhancement of Lab Rules 1400, and there's a number that goes with that. Enhance that so that more likely would mirror some of the protections that private sector workers currently have. And long-term surveillance programs, audiological testing, all that stuff would be rolled into the newest standard under the 1400. And they're currently looking at those rules now.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. You mentioned ITL, and you've also indicated that this is a work in progress. It probably doesn't work for the nightclubs, but might work for a myriad of other public sector types of employment. Might it be beneficial to have this as interim study? I know that it's not exec session yet, but I just want to get your feel on this, whether it would be valuable to have it an interim study so that as it works through with the department and so on, if in the end there's a need for some other type of legislation, that you can use this bill to launch that.
I think that's appropriate. I did send a note to the chair and also to you and about what I think may happen to this legislation. But if there's any interest to retain this and let me work with the Department of Labor on this, and we may resolve this through JELCAR and not need any further legislation on this thing.
You're right, I misspoke. Retain, not interim study. Sorry.
All right. Any further questions? Thank you, Representative. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Chairman.
And if we could have Mike Summers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We represent about 1,300 restaurants, hotels, campgrounds, et cetera, in the hospitality and tourism industry across the state, here testifying opposed to this piece of legislation. I appreciate all the field work that Representative McKenzie has done, and we appreciate his patronage of our very busy businesses. But we have some problems with this bill. So, for example, there is no definition for music venues, so we have to assume that means every restaurant that has live music. We would have to assume that's going to include every facility that would have a wedding party, reunions, New Year's Eve party. I think anything and everything that would have any kind of music would ultimately get caught up in this. And frankly, that's a good percentage of the industry. Because none of our businesses have any expertise in this area, this would obviously require that we would have to hire expertise, whether that be we would have to hire staff people and then purchase testing equipment, et cetera, or whether we would have to outsource it to a third-party company. Either way, it ends up being a burden on the businesses. And then obviously some questions about the language in the bill. It says sustained sound levels must continually for an hour or 2 hours. Just thinking about all the events that I've been to over the years, whether it be live music or others, I'm thinking that, within an hour, usually every band has taken some sort of intermission. So does then that reset the clock? And so then this becomes a pointless piece of legislation? So that would be a question we would have. What does take steps to protect employees mean exactly? Does this mean that if we reach this sustained level and to protect employees, do we have to end the event? Or does this mean that we have to provide earplugs? Or are we talking more like industrial earmuff type scenarios, in which case I guarantee you there's no server or bartender in the world is going to wear those while they're waiting tables. Just never going to happen. Which brings me to my next point, that in a place like a nightclub type venue where you have bartenders and servers who are predominantly the employees working there, if they're wearing earmuffs or earplugs or whatever, how are they going to communicate with staff, with their customers to take a drink order or order food or whatever it might be? So that just creates a whole nother level of complexity for our businesses. And then ultimately, what's not clear to me also in this piece of legislation is, how is this going to be enforced? Are we as businesses going to have to essentially keep records of every single minute of every single event that we ever had? For how long and to what level and what format does this have to be kept? I think this just creates a whole huge burden on businesses. And I certainly appreciate what Representative McKenzie's trying to do here, protecting workers, but I also would remind folks that our industry is heavily transient. So the folks that work in these facilities, they usually work there because they like working there, they like the music, they like the energy, they like the excitement, and they're usually gone after a year or two at most. So usually these are very short-term employees. Our industry has a history of just turning over very rapidly. So with that, I will end, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, Mrs. Summers. Do you see charades as a viable alternative for taking drink orders with earmuffs?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Would you see charades as a viable alternative for communicating the drink order when the server is wearing earmuffs? Charades.
I'm going to say no.
Oh,
that's not helpful. No. No. It's hard enough
Okay.
to get a drink order in a loud restaurant now, so, yes.
Representative Alani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Mr. Summers. Good to see you. Just a question on how would this impact workman's compensation, you would think?
It was a horror I wasn't prepared to open. No idea, frankly. And then how do you prove it, right? Then it becomes a whole issue of he said, she said, what level. I thought I had enough without that. I appreciate the effort, though. Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And if we could have Caroline Drury?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon, Representative Creighton and members of the committee. In answer to your question, American Sign Language. My name is Carolyn Drury. I live in Nashua, but I'm here today as president of the New Hampshire Academy of Audiology, so I represent audiologists from around the state. We are asking that the committee consider voting not in favor of passing or ITL. Most of it, from the way the law itself is introduced, is pretty difficult to actually even implement. I appreciate Representative McKenzie's effort and interests, and I have family members who are in fire service, so I do appreciate that. But it's with most of your venues, as Mike said, it's just not really, it's just not doable. And have any kind of enforcement. Again, most of these places would have to have a sound, they have to first test their employees' hearing to even know what starting level hearing they have. You have to have a good sound level assessment, which means you're going to have someone in there with microphones all over the establishment for about a week, because what you're looking at is a time-weighted average of what is the approximate noise level, continuous noise level over a period of time. And that in these venues, it fluctuates consistently. It's a very dynamic environment. Even in your music venues, if they're outdoors, you're better off, but even in theaters or concert halls, depending on where you sit, your exposure level is different. So it's a very difficult thing to enforce. As far as managing noise, there are different, as he said, a hierarchy. The first one, preference being administrative, which means you can kind of rotate your people around so that they're not always in the loudest part of the establishment, and rotate and can control their exposure in manners like that. There are, next down the list are engineering controls, in which with equipment, of course, you can kind of work with the equipment. When you get into places like this, again, you have to look at acoustic treatment of the establishment, trying to find ways of being able to subdue some of the resonance and reverberation from a lot of that noise. The last choice should be hearing protection. And again, anyone in this kind of environment is not going to wear a muff. The OSHA approved muffs are big, heavy things, and there's no way anyone whose job is to talk to people is going to be wearing those. They're going to have them hanging around their neck the whole time. It's just ridiculous. To try to use hearing protection, standard earplugs are not going to work well either. As Mike said, they are completely blocking in order to work, which means immediately your employee is going to give himself or herself a 30 dB hearing loss. Plus, it's going to muffle the sound, because now it's not only the noise in the room, it's everything that reaches your ear canal. So that's where it comes in. So now you're going to have a real hard time understanding those people. And because you are completely occluded, your own voice sounds much louder to you. So you're apt to be even speaking softer. It's not going to work. It's going to affect their ability to do their job. It's going to impact their tips. And that's their income predominantly. So I can't see anyone who works in that environment willingly, voluntarily, willing to cooperate and do this. So enforcement is difficult. Those plugs you can have specially made custom plugs, but they're costly. And again, you still have to have people willing to comply and do it. You cannot just force them if they're already hired. If you're taking on a new hire and you have a program in place, you can kind of make them sign an agreement, which if they violate that, then they have reason for termination. So you can start easing things in, but it's something that would have to be phased in over time. And as just the law itself, I'm not familiar with the New Hampshire rules. Be happy to look at them and offer any suggestions. But the law itself is just not really implementable. So again, I ask that you vote not to pass or ITL. And thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Any questions? Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to preface this with that I'm having trouble hearing my soft-spoken colleagues on either side of me in conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's from too much high-decibel Grand Funk Railroad in my youth, either playing it on the turntable or through the amplifier in the bands, but I have serious hearing loss.
Okay.
So I wonder, I realize this legislation isn't going to work, but is there some idea about in our culture sort of trying to dial back the decibels when we listen?
Absolutely. In fact, some of your Apple Music and your iPhones now have a limit of 80 dB as their maximum loudness, and they're starting to work with that. Yeah, there's a lot going on. In your case, it could be in part because of listening to Grand Funk Railroad too often. Noise-induced hearing loss accumulates over time. It has to do with the loudness of the exposure, the amount of time you're exposed to it, and how frequently you're exposed to it. And it is cumulative, gradually and slowly. Part of it can also be just plain old aging in an advanced technology, I'm losing my, sorry, I just lost my train of thought, in an industrialized society. Just general noise around us is continuing to be getting louder. So there are many efforts as a community. But first of all, you need to get a hearing test. and find out what
Okay.
you should be doing about it.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if we have constituents who work in these industries and they're interested in protecting themselves from hearing loss, what are some good ways to work in a nightclub or a restaurant while protecting your hearing?
They need to rotate. They need to know where the loudest sound is on any given day. Obviously, if they want to work on slower days when it's not as crowded, there isn't as much conversation in the room. They can choose to work those days rather than, or reduce their hours, only work part-time on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Although, again, that's going to affect their livelihood. Again, it's about rotating around so that you're not being exposed to very loud noise the whole time.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I assume you work with employers currently in the private sector if they have concerns, or with OSHA?
I'm retired, so no, but I worked in a medical office. Now, the first 3 years of my career as an audiologist, yes, I worked in a firm that did industrial hearing conservation programs.
Mr. Chair, follow-up?
Absolutely.
So there's a distinction that the bill sponsor made about the private sector is subject to OSHA law, but the public sector in New Hampshire is not?
Is not.
Would you be willing to assist if we do have retaining this bill to work on it? Would you be willing to help us strengthen that bill for the public sector?
I can
from your
try.
experience?
Don't know that I'm as current on all the regulations.
But maybe your association could be
But I
helpful.
can give you the name of someone who runs a hearing conservation program here in New Hampshire.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. What do you think of the new electronic hearing protectors? Your personal opinion.
You mean noise canceling? Okay. But it's when you're right in between, and when that is going on and off and on and off and on and off. Because in this kind of establishment, you're going to fluctuate anywhere from 85, up to potentially 110. So it's going to be on and off and on and off. I can't tell you how I would like that. I'd have to experience it, but I think it would be real annoying.
All right, seeing no further questions, ma'am, thank you so much for your
You're
testimony.
welcome.
We appreciate it. And Mr. Garrigan from Labor, sir. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is John Garrigan. I'm General Counsel with the Department of Labor. With me is Deputy Commissioner Danielle Albert. As Representative McKenzie said, the department has a rule on this, an administrative rule. It's 1403-41 that has an acceptable chart of acceptable noise exposure, and it runs depending on the level and the time. So the chart runs from 90 decibels over 8 hours all the way to 114 decibels for a span of about 15 minutes. Those regulations apply to all public employers and in all employment circumstances. Usually we're talking like machine rooms or engines, not usually music, but it applies across the board. That rule, as well as our other safety rules, is up for readoption this coming spring. We are happy to work with any representative or interested party on reviewing those. The standards that are in that rule, that 90 decibels to 114 decibels, those actually mirror the OSHA standards for noise exposure. They are different than the NIOSH standards, which Representative McKenzie referred to, but they do provide the same OSHA level protection in the public sector. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you again. So, the same question I asked Mr. Summers, how would this, if you were to overrule this and make requirements, regulations, and somebody responsible for that, how would it affect workman's compensation? Granted, we're not doing the private section, but for public workers, and also liability for the state as well. And then I have a follow-up after that.
Yes. Thank you for the question. As I understand, you're asking about impact on the workers' compensation system. I think that would be somewhat difficult to quantify. So employees, there's nothing that bars or precludes employees from asserting and having valid workers' compensation claims due to hearing loss from noise exposure or any other sort of occupational illness or injury that they may obtain. So it can be a compensable claim. The impact that if the language as proposed went into effect that would have on the overall injuries, I don't know how the department would necessarily be able to quantify that. If it is putting, further protections in place to limit noise exposure, I think it's fair or arguable to say that could perhaps limit some injuries, but I don't know that the department would be able to put like a firm number or give an estimate as to, how much that could alter or affect injury claims being brought forward. But nothing would preclude a claim from being brought forward, just as it is right now.
For a follow-up, please.
That's kind of the answer. If we were going to if we would use rules to enforce the regulations, 90 decibels for so long, should we put this more into the protection clause for public sector employees instead of if we're doing it through rules?
I may have you rephrase the question, so forgive me. Are you asking whether, or as I understand, are you asking whether it should be built into the statute through the general protections clause section? I think that's a determination where, how the committee wants to approach it. I think that's a determination, that's a policy determination. I believe what Attorney Garrigan was emphasizing, we do have an existing rule that mirrors the OSHA protections that's in place for public employees in all noise-oriented scenarios, not just limited to restaurants and nightclubs. Certainly could that be drawn up into statute? I think that I don't think anything would stop the committee from doing so. I think that's what this proposal is intending to do. It also could be addressed through the rules as it currently is. It sounds like some of the intent from Representative McKenzie is to make the rule a little bit stricter than it currently is, to mirror some of the, I think it's NIOSH requirements as opposed to the OSHA requirements. But I think it could be approached in either way. We do have existing rules regulating the public sector as it relates to noise exposure, so that exists already.
All right, Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. These days, how many claims does the department see for hearing-related comp issues?
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. I don't have solid numbers today here with me right now. I can globally or more generally say in the grand scheme of disputed claims, hearing injuries are not a high percentage. Certainly if the committee is looking for firmer numbers about how many hearing-related injuries are reported per year, that is a number that we could try to generate for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there anything you're aware of that would prevent an employee from deciding themselves to wear some sort of hearing protection, assuming they were able to fulfill their job function while doing so?
Not that I'm aware of, nor nothing that would fall under the department's jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
And any other business on 353? Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the fact, you've noticed in the agenda that we could exec bills today because it's listed. And in light of the fact that the bill really doesn't meet what the sponsor has, but would a motion to ITL be appropriate or at this time?
No,
Okay.
no, we have an agreement. But we're not gonna do it unless we both agree, and I'm not inclined to do that.
That's fine. I'm just saying it just did nothing.
Understand?
Yeah.
We will quickly
And
dispose
nothing-
of this next week.
Nothing against the representative. I just, was like, okay, well.
No, it's good. I got you.
No,
I'm with you. We'll do it next week. Okay, this closes the hearing on 353, and we've got 10 minutes. So we'll recess for 10 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back.
Fire 'em away.
I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 128, an act establishing a committee to study unemployment insurance. To introduce this bill, we have Representative Granger. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Unemployment insurance is a very strange industry. It's a very strange product. Every other form of insurance that you can buy, there are multiple versions of the product that are available. Doesn't matter if it's car insurance, life insurance, health insurance. You can decide to have high deductible, low deductible, and you can decide what sort of coverage you need for your particular circumstances. And it came up last year, for those of you who were on the committee last year, that there was an interest in raising the unemployment benefit in the state of New Hampshire. But the unemployment benefit in New Hampshire is paid by the employers for the employees. And so that means that we have this strange scenario where if an employee wants more unemployment insurance, then they don't really have any other options. There's only one unemployment insurance. And if you have 6 kids and you live in a $500,000 house and you have the same job as a bachelor who has no kids and lives in an apartment, you have the same exact unemployment payout. It doesn't matter what your circumstances are. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic background is. It doesn't matter what your priorities are. There is one unemployment plan for everybody. And this is very strange. This is the only insurance that is out there that is like that. There's other insurance products that are in a similar boat in one sense. So most of us use health insurance that is provided by an employer, or many of us do. I don't know if most of us. And in that scenario, the employer is paying for it, but they usually offer more than one plan. So they have some employees, and those employees don't have any children or dependents. And so perhaps your employer just pays for your insurance for free. Maybe you have dependents. Maybe you want to tack them on. Maybe you want to have a higher level of insurance. Maybe you're like me and you don't want health insurance at all because you're part of a health sharing ministry and that works out well for you. When it comes to the unemployment insurance specifically, we cannot change it without changing it for everyone because there's only one product, and that is the product. I will tell you, I have never taken unemployment payouts in my life, ever. So every dollar that is paid on my behalf toward the unemployment system is not something that I'm ever going to see again. It's just dead weight loss. Now, other people, there is a genuine interest and a need for unemployment insurance, especially if you're working in an industry where you aren't as likely to be fully employed for a long period of time. You might want to manage that risk of losing your job by having some sort of alternative insurance for this. However, there is none of that. There are 0 options. I looked like mad. I found one company that claimed to provide unemployment insurance in the private sector, and I don't think they actually do. It's a very sketchy website. I wasn't able to get any information from them. I got a giggle over there, and it is what it is. So that's what this bill is about. I did as much research as I possibly could on this subject, but there has to be some reason that this is the only insurance industry that operates like this, where it's purely socialized. One size fits all. There's no private market for it whatsoever. It's not even like a mandate, like Affordable Care Act mandate, right? So if you remember the Affordable Care Act mandate, you could choose your own insurance provider, but you had to go and you had to have insurance, otherwise you'd get penalized on your tax return. It's just a boggle to me. And the reason I submitted this as a study committee was we don't even know how to fix it because we don't know why it's like this in the first place. Now, there are some that have pretty good theories. So, for instance, there's the idea that since the federal government is involved in this and because every state has their own unemployment scheme, that crowds out the market. So it's not profitable for a private sector insurer to actually provide this coverage. Do I know that that's the case? I don't know that's the case. It's a good theory. It might be the case. It's also possible that there's just a strict ban on it. Maybe there's some federal law that I was not able to find that just bans it, and it's not well publicized because people don't generally try to start unemployment industry or unemployment companies. but it's worth asking, because if you have a large family and you have to pay for that family, if you're the sole breadwinner for that family, the amount that you're going to get on the federal unemployment scheme might not be enough for you. And there is nothing wrong with you, out of your own pocket, buying more unemployment insurance than the state requires. And if you are like me and you don't use unemployment insurance at all, because you just wouldn't do such a thing, then there's no need to have you pay for it either, because that's just pure loss. So I think it's an important question to ask, and that's why I put it in as a study committee. Now, if I can get the answer, like real answers, not satisfying answers, but answers that I'm satisfied are in fact the answer to the questions that are put out in the text, then I'll be happy, and then I'll be able to figure out what to do from there. But this has been driving me nuts, trying to figure out the answer to this question: why is there no such thing as private sector unemployment insurance? And so I'll let you guys ask me questions, and I might not have answers, but maybe we'll find answers.
Okay. Are there any questions? I do have a question, and so I'm a little bit confused by the no insurance. So my daughter has unemployment insurance that's private. I mean, it's specific. She's a veterinarian. She's pregnant. She had to get insurance because her company does not provide any pregnancy leave or anything like that. And so she just went out and she had to get it 9 months before she was pregnant, so it wasn't a after the fact type of thing. But is that the type of thing you're talking about, or you're talking about if someone gets laid off? Because she's going to be out of the net for 6 months, and this plan covers her for 6 months.
So you're talking more like a paid family leave plan?
No, I mean, it's an unemployment is that she can't work. So I don't know whether that's a disability or I don't know how they classify that. So I'm just asking if that's the type of thing you're looking at, or.
Well, what I have in mind is more if you lose your job unexpectedly, so you're laid off or something like that. Now, that's probably related to other forms of insurance that you can get for, family leave or, workman's comp or whatever the case may be, because there is, workman's compensation. So, but specifically for getting laid off, or what we would normally provide for, or what would normally be covered by the Department of Employment Security.
Okay, gotcha. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there any scope in your mind to having the state unemployment insurance offerings expanded to have multiple tiers that people could choose, just like you would a health insurance plan?
I think the difficulty with that is that since the employer pays for it, that means that the customer is not the person who's receiving the benefits. And so what would likely happen is that employers would consistently choose the cheapest option. And since they're the ones paying for it.
Yes, please.
So in the same way that employers offer multiple health insurance plans, some that they pay the full amount for, others that the employee contributes to, couldn't the same thing be done?
Maybe, not under the current system, and I don't know how we would go about legislating it. But that would be an improvement, at least, because there is at least some choice rather than no choice whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question?
I'm going to save it for.
Okay, good. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking our questions. If I see this correctly, what you're trying to do, well, first of all, is you should include the Senate in this. You only have the House members. There's no Senate, because if it goes to the Senate, they'll either add it or they'll kill it because they're not involved. But if I understand what you're saying is, you work for me as a company, okay? And I have insurance through the Department of Employment Security. And if you get laid off, you get the $300 or $400 a week. And what you're saying is, you want to be able to buy it privately if there was an entity out there that would sell it, if that's what the committee came up with, so that you could have more income coming in if you lost a job from my company. Right?
Yeah. So if there is a person who's an employee and they want to purchase unemployment insurance on top of maybe on top of what they are offered through their employer, or maybe in spite of, or as an alternative to what's provided by their employer, why shouldn't they be able to?
That's a whole different argument.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did think of one.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative, does it stand to reason that if the employee wanted to buy more insurance, it might cost a lot more than his employer is paying for what he's got as a standard?
Yes.
Follow up?
Please.
Thank you. And does it seem that if there really was money to be made in this, or better service to be offered, would it be likely that insurance companies would have been clamoring to do this even before you thought of it?
Well, isn't that the great question?
Thank you.
Why aren't they?
Is
Is it illegal? I don't know. And I don't intend to ask questions of the committee, but rhetorically speaking, I don't know the answer to that. And that's why I have a study committee, and maybe we can find out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Representative Kessler, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, or letting me ask the question. Are you familiar with companies like Aflac and supplemental insurance companies? Because it sounds kind of like that's what you're talking about.
I believe I'm familiar with many of the products that they offer, but not all of them. I was not able to find this sort of thing from Aflac or similar companies.
Follow up.
Please.
Okay, so as far as my experience goes with this, I've actually done this a little bit with my own business, and those other ones are kind of supplemental, just like Mr. Chair had talked about his your daughter. It seems like that's kind of where you're leaning towards, but again, it might be more of a question to ask for the employment security.
Maybe. Mr. Lavers was nice enough to actually bark it up the chain at the Federal Department of Labor, and they provided a response, but it wasn't very informative. But I definitely appreciate the effort, because I mostly just want an answer to these questions. A specific policy goal is not really what's being presented here, although you guys can probably figure out that I would really like to have private sector unemployment insurance. I think that would be a great thing for the New Hampshire economy, and just as an option for workers in general. But we can't actually do that unless we actually know what is preventing that in the first place. And it could be the case that it is purely the market. Because there is currently a public sector unemployment option out there, it just doesn't make any financial sense to compete in that market. It could be the case. I don't know that it's not the case. But it's worth figuring out.
Representative Del Silvestro.
Hi, thank you for taking the question. So if they have private insurance, are you thinking that they would stay out of work longer? The whole purpose of unemployment is to pay for a period of time when you are not working to help carry you over, and the anticipation is that you're going to get back to work or find another job.
I think it's up to people's choices as to whether, so we don't want to pay for people to be unemployed for longer than we would like to, right? We want them to generally get back to work. However, if they're paying for their own unemployment insurance, far be it from me to tell some insurance company what the rules ought to be. If they say that we want to encourage people to get back to work, then they can get back to work. If they want to say, well, you paid for this benefit and you're going to ride it out because you have a legitimate reason per our rules to not have a job, and you were laid off or whatever, and you want to ride it out until the end of the contract, and if that person never goes back to work, it's not really my job to tell them that they must. It's up to individual private contracts at that point. And if you're running an insurance company and you say no, you have to be looking for a job, So right now, the Department of Employment Security spends a lot of time and energy ensuring that people are looking for a job, and they have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to do that. And that's a great thing for them to be doing, and I'm very glad that they're good at it. It makes me very happy. It's a very responsible thing for them to be doing. For a private company that would be, in theory, that we're talking, and this is all, hypothetical, if they were providing unemployment insurance, it's up to them whether they care about telling people they need to get back to work or requiring them to have any work programs. Like, my wife doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom. There's plenty of perfectly valid reasons to not work. And if they want to have like some requirement that you must be looking for a job or something like that, and they want to police that on their own, I don't see it. Hypothetically, wouldn't be my purview to tell them not to, but not necessarily that they would have to.
Okay, Representative McKenzie, you good? No. Okay, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard earlier that the cost per employer in New Hampshire for employees is $85. The entire cost for the program is $85. Do you believe that there is an insurance company in the state of New Hampshire or the United States of America that would offer a policy to protect hundreds of workers, and could be a big workforce, for $85 a person, and pay a benefit, and pay the benefits that's currently in the system?
They may not. It's really up to them to do a cost-benefit analysis. For instance, hypothetically, what if they only decided to sell their services to people that are very, very unlikely to ever lose their job? Or maybe they had, some other method that they did, or maybe they gambled all the money on the market and made a bunch of money on it that way. Or, maybe we can only speculate as to how exactly they would run things. And it is entirely possible, as I said, that the reason this doesn't exist at all is because there's no market for it. However, you guys were making a very good point last year when you said that the amount that is currently paid out in unemployment isn't enough. So if that's the case, then why not explore options for private sector options, or private sector? Why not explore private sector options as a possibility? Rhetorically, I'm not asking questions to the committee.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions, Representative, thank you for introducing the bill. Thank you for your candid testimony. And we'll wait for the next.
Thank you very much.
Testify. Mr. Ladders, welcome back. All right, sir, please introduce yourself, and then let's see what you have to say.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security. Thank you for having me back. What I just handed out to the members, and I had provided a copy to the sponsor on the way into today's hearing, was a response to an email that the department had sent to the U.S. Department of Labor. So as I had indicated earlier, anytime there's a proposal to make a change to the unemployment compensation program, either on the revenue side and how employers are taxed, or on the benefit side and how individuals qualify for benefits, we submit that to USDOL. They do a conformity and compliance review. And so it's standard course for us to do that, nothing special with this proposal. So we provided that. We did get a quick response, and you'll see that it's an email back from Nicole Robertson. She's an attorney with the U.S. Department of Labor, saying because this is just looking to create a study committee, there is no formal response from U.S. Department of Labor. They don't deal in hypotheticals. But she did point out that if this were to create a system where employers were not participating in the state unemployment compensation program and weren't paying their contributions to support that program, that would disqualify them from being able to take their discount against their federal unemployment tax liability. So currently, if a state meets federal requirements for how it runs its unemployment compensation program, and employers are in compliance with that, meaning that they're filing their quarterly tax and wage reports, they're paying the tax that is owed, then those employers get a 90% discount against their federal unemployment tax obligation. So normally, an employer would be on the hook for 6% of the first $14,000 in annual earnings per employee to the feds, and with that discount, they pay 0.6%. So that saves New Hampshire employers about $200 million per year in federal unemployment tax obligations because the state runs a program that meets all of those requirements. So there's a lot that I could say in response to the testimony that was offered and into some of the concepts here and some of the questions. I'll try to address them. First and foremost, I don't think anybody wants to file for unemployment compensation. I know I didn't. I certainly did not want that when my wife was out of work and my son was 3 months old. But I was sure pleased that I qualified and I had that support during those next few months when I was searching for employment during the Great Pandemic, during the Great Recession. The pandemic, I probably wish I was, just with the amount of times you guys saw me. But it's a program that was put in place in the 1930s. There is uniformity across states in how it is implemented. It's not by accident. When it was initially being proposed by the federal government, states were hesitant to participate because they didn't want to put themselves at risk or in jeopardy of losing employers in their states who would leave their state to go to another state that didn't tax them for an unemployment program. The feds solved that problem with what they would have described as a carrot. I think they used the carrot somewhat like a stick, but it was simply what I described earlier. If employers in the state are operating in a federally compliant and conforming program, those employers get that 90% discount against their federal unemployment tax obligation. Now, there are a lot of other types of wage replacement programs that are out there. You have, Mr. Chairman, the scenario you were describing would be something akin to a paid family leave program or a short-term disability program. So you have a qualifying event. You receive wage replacement for the time that that event continues, and then you go back to work. There are other supplemental products that are out there as well. Lots of different providers that will provide supplemental payments when you have a qualifying event. Now, again, no one wants to be unemployed, and the goal of the unemployment program is to end that unemployment, right? We spend a lot of our time and effort on trying to make sure that the connections are plentiful between hiring employers and unemployed individuals. So we try to minimize that duration of unemployment. We certainly don't create any incentives to stay on unemployment longer than you need to. Right now, that wage replacement of your unemployment benefit being around 30% of what that average private sector worker was earning, that certainly gives you incentive to get back to work because that is our goal. Our goal is to help individuals with a financial bridge to their next job. So we do that without over-incentivizing staying out of the labor force. Wage replacement that is lower than what you were earning, but enough to hopefully allow you to continue to pay your bills and get to that next job. So it's the concern that I would have, and the department does not take a position on the bill, I would be concerned with what was described and creating a product that would almost on its face incentivize staying out of the labor force. Our whole system is geared towards getting you back to employment, making sure that each and every week that you're filing for unemployment, that you are actively searching for work, you're certifying that to the department. It's not just a come in and apply and here's 26 weeks worth of benefits and good luck. It is a constant process with these individuals to help them get back to work, because that is our goal. So anything that would be interpreted as creating an incentive for people to stay out of work longer than the labor market dictates, I would very much be concerned with that and what kind of message that would be sending. To my knowledge, right now, all states have a version of what employment security provides for New Hampshire. There are different benefit amounts from state to state, different number of weeks that you are eligible for from state to state, but they all meet the basic requirements from the federal government for having a complying and conforming system so that their employers can maintain that 90% discount against their federal tax liability. Happy to answer any questions
No, that's
from the
great.
members.
Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On a seasonal work profile, would Representative Granger's proposal hold a little bit more water? Meaning, say I own a landscape company and we terminate on December 1st. We don't start up until April 1st. That period of time in there, say that employee is only eligible to get that $427 a week. May not be enough to get him through. He may look for other employment in a different area that's 12 months. But if he could have that option to purchase some type of seasonal help, if you will, that may be, you may be able to retain that employee, if it's a key employee especially. Would you view it differently if it was on a seasonal basis, a fixed seasonal basis?
It's a good question. I wouldn't view it any differently, though. I talk with a lot of employers all across the state. I talk with a lot of seasonal employers, and some of the best models that I find are those seasonal employers who are able to either have something else for that off season, or they partner up with someone else for that off season, whether it be the landscaping company that has a relationship with the local fuel delivery company, so that there's going to be work for those individuals that are able to hold a CDL license and drive throughout the year, because we want employment during all of those times. Now, right now, New Hampshire generally requires you to search for work if you qualify for unemployment. However, with a change that was made just prior to the pandemic, if you are temporarily out of work and it's going to last up to 11 weeks, your work search is waived. So it's not specific to any industry, but it's really something that was implemented for those that have seasonal unemployment, where they aren't required to search for work. They get the benefit to which they qualify for based upon the income that they had during their prior 4 quarters. But in those instances, those individuals get a waiver of their work search because they are temporarily unemployed. But for other people that are permanently laid off, they have a work search requirement. We're trying to get them back to work right away. And again, the fundamental design is that the system needs to provide a level of wage replacement that is going to be enough to help carry you through to your next job, but not provide so much that it's going to increase the duration of your unemployment, because the goal is to get you back to work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cahill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lavers. Would these people with the 11-week gap, would they be people who have a reasonable assurance of returning to that job?
It's even a higher standard than that. They have to have essentially a guarantee that they are going to be returning within that 11 weeks.
Thank
And
you.
that gets confirmed with the employer.
Okay, thank you very.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked a lot today about the wage end of it, but during the past couple of years, through COVID and other things, can you talk a little bit about the benefit of having a system as it relates to supporting the communities and stabilizing communities at the same time? Not only the workers, but the communities in which they live, and the state in general.
Yeah, Representative, there's a enormous benefit to local communities in the existence of an unemployment program that provides assistance while someone is unemployed. That's less reliance upon the local communities for general aid, whether that be their welfare program or other support programs that exist locally. During the 18 months of the pandemic, just to give a sense of the scope of what type of economic infusion the unemployment program can provide to the state, and also help save some of that burden from being shifted onto the local community when their residents go in and seek assistance. The unemployment program paid $2 billion in benefits over an 18-month period. To about 175,000 Granite State workers. So that was assistance that was provided to them that then allowed them not to need to go to their local communities and seek other assistance. So there is an impact on local communities, but again, we're trying to get people back to work. That is the goal. That is why we maintain such a robust system of New Hampshire Works offices where people can come in, receive free services, search for jobs. If they're filing for unemployment, we can provide assistance with that, but really to help them connect, whether it be large job fairs, which the department is the largest provider of job fairs in the state. Did 65 of them last year. 6,800 job seekers attended those 65 job fairs. Or whether it be a local recruitment event. Local employer wants to come in on a Wednesday when we know we're going to have 20 people attending one of those benefit rights sessions that I provided you a pamphlet of earlier. And that employer wants to have that one-on-one to be able to hopefully maybe fill some of the needs that they have. Or they're using our recruitment portals. So we have a lot of tools in place to try to make sure that duration of unemployment is as short as it can possibly be based upon the current economic conditions in the state.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for you. You said before to us that the employer pays the unemployment portion currently, and that's how the fund is funded. So you did say that there are supplemental things that go above and beyond that, such as, like I outlined before, AFLAC and other services. Do those other services, they supplement, but is there any circumstance where unemployment can't be used when those services are paying out?
So that's a great question. Just to clarify, those other supplemental services, the department has nothing to do with. Presumably, those are, if those are insurance products, they're registered and licensed with the Department of Insurance, but we have nothing to do with those. However, when you're filing for unemployment, you are required to report all of your work. So New Hampshire allows part-time work, but you're required to report any and all income during that time period. So if it's earnings from your part-time employment, you need to be reporting that to us. But if you get a surprise late bonus or a paid time off payout from your employer, you need to be reporting that to the department. Similar if you're getting a lot of other types of income, because that may or may not impact your unemployment benefit. One other thing, your question made me remember something else that's important to mention. With regard to the problems caused by unemployment, in a lot of instances, the unemployment benefit program isn't the only game in town for an individual worker who finds themselves unemployed through no fault of their own. A lot of employers also provide assistance in those time periods, whether that be with some length of a severance or other types of payouts to help those individuals get to that next job. So you see, it's very common with an employer to provide some length of a severance, which, you know, is money being paid to you while you're not working for that employer. Obviously, if there is a severance or any payment from the employer, that gets coordinated with your unemployment benefit. But that's another way that employers are already trying to help their workers guard against a undesirable period of unemployment.
Representative Cahill.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Davis, again. So again, with reporting income, we're talking about earned income, whether it was a severance package that was earned, vacation that was earned, but not a lottery ticket that came in right, or an inheritance, or such unearned income, correct?
Everything received needs to be reported. Whether or not it's something that counts against your unemployment benefit is determined by the nature of that payment.
Thank you.
Representative Avalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for being with us, Mr. Labors. You mentioned earlier, right now is 0.6% on the first $14,000, which equates basically to 80 something dollars per employee per year. In your opinion, is that a good deal for the employers to have that kind of backstop for their employees?
Rather than me saying it is good or bad, I can tell you, I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. New Hampshire employers have the lowest unemployment tax burden in the entire Northeast. Third lowest, only behind Florida and Mississippi in the entire country. New Hampshire employers pay at about a third of what their businesses to the south in Massachusetts currently pay for their unemployment program. And that $85 per worker, if someone loses their job, files for unemployment, they qualify for 427, which is our current max. They collect for all 26 weeks. They're getting a little over $11,000. So for $85, one of the lowest unemployment tax burdens in the country, seems to be working out well right now for New Hampshire business.
Okay, seeing no further questions and having no other pink cards and people who want to testify, I'm going to close the hearing. And we have about 5 minutes until the next hearing.
Feds charge that 6%?
0.6. 0.6, yeah.
The feds charge you 6% on your FUTA, federal unemployment tax. Yes. It's the federal portion unemployment insurance.
So when you're laid off and you receive unemployment payouts, you're being subsidized by the subsidized.
No.
Yeah.
The federal thing is the carrot to the states for some of their administrative costs. We'll open the hearing on HB 225. The bill sponsor is also our chairman. So let's pay him a little bit of respect and have some fun with him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 225 FN, an act relative to the employment of military spouses in the event of involuntary deployment of a service member. What this bill seeks to do is to add a paragraph to RSA 110-C. And basically that paragraph says that if a military member is deployed and the spouse determines that they can no longer work for whatever reason, that the company for which the spouse works would have to hold that position. Now, it's a company of over 50 people, so it's not a very, very small company. Where this hit home for me is that when I deployed, we had situations where soldiers' spouses could not run the household, take care of the kids, do the job, and those other things that normally a team effort would do. And so they either went home or they stayed with their kids or whatever they did, but it was just too much for them to stay at home with the spouse deployed. And so what this bill would do, it would say, hey, listen, employer, if your employee's spouse deploys, I just want you to hold that position open. So there's no pay, there's no allowances, there's no compensation. Just when he comes back or when she comes back, just have a slot open for me. And how many people a year? I wouldn't say it would be 10. But at the end of the day, if the service member is deploying and doing what he or she is told to do, then I think that we as a state should say, okay, there's a certain amount of sacrifice here, and let's just hold that job open. And when you come back, you can have your job back. That's all it's saying. And so just to be that simple, subject to any questions.
Representative LaBrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How long of a period of time would this be indefinite? Like if that person was deployed for a long?
No, that's a great question. No,
Okay.
the typical deployment has been up to a year, but now it's closer to 9 months. And I'll allow the department to validate that. But I know my nephew just deployed; he was gone 9 months, so it's not indefinite.
Follow-up.
Would the bill, not that you want to amend it now, but would you be able to write that in there to cap that in some capacity, or is it already in there and I missed it? That deployment of 1 year. It just felt open-ended.
That's a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we could consider that.
Representative Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious if any thought was given. A couple times a year we get bills about mandating stuff for businesses or employers. Was there any thought given to this as opposed to making it for maybe 25 employees or more? Because there's a huge difference between mandating this for an employer that has maybe one employee that has to hold the spot open as opposed to a Walmart or Home Depot or something where they can.
Yeah, it says 50 in here.
It does? Oh, did I
Yeah,
miss
if
that?
you look under paragraph 1A.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
Employees 50 or more.
Okay.
Representative Sullivan.
I'm good.
Thank you. You mentioned in your opening that if the spouse is unable to work, is that subject to some sort of qualifying factor, or is it just assumed that if your spouse if the soldier has been sent on deployment, that it is assumed that if the spouse wants to take the time off, the spouse can?
Yeah, there's no consideration to proving dire need or something of that nature.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Unrelated. On page 2, line 1, as I read through this, that section confused me. Says the employer may reemploy the employee if the employer establishes that its circumstances have so changed as to make reemployment impossible or unreasonable as defined by the statute. It seems to me that it was intended to say the employer may choose not to reemploy.
I had that same thought when I first read that.
I'm sorry, Representative, could you reference on my, I don't have the line numbers on here. Sorry.
The top of the page 2. I hope you've got the same structure.
No, I've got
It's
lengthy pages.
section 7.
Okay, thank you. So the employer may reemploy the employee if the employer establishes that circumstances have so changed. Or maybe, what you're saying is it should, may refuse to?
It uses the word may,
Yeah.
which is permissive, but it still seems vague. Again, it seems it was intended to say the employer may choose not to reemploy.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, fair enough.
So amendment is in order.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
So we're talking about getting the job back. Are we talking about getting the job back that they came from? And I think that's a distinction that we may want to build into this thing.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Flanagan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Does the spouse qualify for unemployment benefits? Is that the intent?
That's not my purview, but that is not the intention. The application of unemployment was not part of the discussion.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, this is allowing the person to take the time off for whatever reason and then be able to get their job back when the circumstances change, either
Correct.
the person coming back. That's pretty much all you're trying to do.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Representative De Silvestro.
And I'm sorry, can I just clarify that? So the employer is not firing, laying off, or letting go the employee. The employee is
initiating.
taking a leave of absence, if you will.
There you go.
So that would not qualify for unemployment.
Representative De Silvestro.
You just used the word leave of absence. Normally, we don't want to interfere with businesses and how they operate. So we're asking a business to hold a seat, and I understand the purpose, but that employer would have to perhaps get temporary people in, so they need to cover that job as they're going through. I was just curious, were you able to speak to any employers, just run this by anyone, and what was their answers?
I did not.
Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
I know you said that the deployment had been a year, or right now running 9 months.
Correct.
But it's not out of the realm of possibility that circumstances could change, and it could be for the duration. I have no objection to the provision just the same, but I mean, it is a possibility that, as my colleague across the aisle here indicated, the employer would be able to have temporary help. It's just that when the soldier returns, the spouse they would find a position, suitable position.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So have you done any research if any other states do this or anything along that line, since this is more of a state?
I'll leave that for the department.
Okay.
Any further questions for Representative LaBrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have one final question. What would the spouse be afforded, if anything, by the armed services? Is there anything that they would get? If
I
it
mean,
helped
there's
them
there's
carry
a
the load?
whole litany of services, benefits, different programs that the Guard runs to take care of deployed spouses.
Okay.
You know, obviously you got commissary benefits, you got PX benefit,
Is
you
there
know,
like-
shopping benefits. You've got all your medical is covered.
Okay, is there rent and such that would coverage and help for that?
If
Mortgage?
I leave that to the department, but I'm pretty sure if they're activated, then they get a housing allowance.
Okay.
But I would leave that to them.
Okay, very good.
Because we normally, as active duty, you already get a housing allowance. The National Guard doesn't necessarily get a housing allowance. But if you activate the National Guard under Title 10, then you qualify for active benefits. And so those would then apply.
Representative McKenzie.
Based on the testimony we heard earlier, is it your understanding that to be eligible for unemployment, you need to be available to work? You have to file, you have to do work, all those searches, so that this would, in terms of that, would they be eligible for benefits? It's your understanding they would not be.
That's
as a
correct.
result of that.
That's correct.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I understand that this is limited to the Guard and not active duty personnel, like a scenario where the soldier is deployed overseas for an extended period and the spouse wants to go, you know, all along and help take care of the children, and would a job be awaiting upon their return?
Yeah, so the specific reference is to military service members, and that's Guard, Reserve, and active.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Chairman? I just have a couple, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Of course.
It does make reference to a couple of federal sections, especially Section 7. I'm unfamiliar with that. I think the department will probably speak to that as to how that's going to be worked in, because the Department of Labor usually doesn't enforce particular federal regulations when it comes to protections for employees. What was your thought on that? Just to bring that definition forward into this bill, so.
The thought is that under Title 10, you're federalized. And so when you deploy as a part of a federal action, not a state action. So the Guard works for the governor until Title 10 is implemented, when that service member then becomes a federal deployee. And it's still under the Guard, but he's federalized.
Thank you.
And that's the connection.
Yep, I noticed that we had a Save the Guard bill last year, and there was questions about deployments that were not, I don't want to say sanctioned, but not federally authorized. Would this cover all of the branches of employment of the government for armed services, or just for the National Guard for the state?
No, they would cover active, reserve, and Guard. Those are the three. You have three components: active, Guard, and reserve. And this one applies to military service mobilization.
Okay. So that's all I have for right now, Mr. Chairman.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any further questions for? Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
We have Kevin Grady, State Veterans Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 25-year Air Force veteran, and I'm a 27-year veteran of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. And today I'm here representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We're, since I don't see this committee all that often, to be honest with you, I want to tell you what we do. We're chartered by State RSA 115:A-8, if you want to look us up. And we have 20 members of our group, which are from state veteran service organizations, and these names would be familiar to you, like the American Legion or the VFW, and I personally represent the Air and Space Forces Association on the committee. And I'm their legislative chair, and one of the things that I do is I go through and look at all of the bills coming before the State House, and I figure out which ones have veteran impact, and we discuss those bills at one of our meetings, and we take a position on them, and then I come and tell you what that position is. A lot of times I'm in the position, and today is one of them, where the nuts and bolts of how this is going to work are best left to people that are a lot smarter about things like this than I am and that the members of my committee are. We support conceptually this idea of trying to help out a military spouse wherever we can. A lot of people don't realize that if we have a Guard member, for example, that deploys, and let's take a fairly lucrative career field like being an IT manager at some place, and that person deploys for 6 months, and their Air Force rank is, say, an E4 or an E5, you know, that person has taken a massive deduction in salary to deploy on that thing because they're now getting paid just like they were in the active force as an E5 or E4. Living in New Hampshire, you'll get some housing allowance credits and stuff like that, but still the base pay is going to be the same as what an E5 or an E4 makes somewhere else. So they're making big sacrifices to do this, and I could certainly see a situation where a spouse would go, I can't afford, on the money that he's now making, I can't afford child care, or I can't afford those kind of things, and therefore, you know, I may need to go home and live with my parents, you know, for the 4 to 6 months that this person is deployed. But one day we're going to come back, and I would sure love to have my job back when we do. So I can certainly see when a situation like this would happen. This bill is actually a priority type bill for an office in Washington, D.C. called the Defense State Liaison Office. We actually have 3 of them we're tracking this time. The others are HB 64, which adds military spouses to hiring preference legislation, and HB 62 on protection of violence with military protective orders and other things. And they set 10 priorities for the year, and they're all designed to basically make sure that we're helping out the military families wherever we can, because they've found that in a competitive environment like we find ourselves in today, you know, it's very important to have, you know, a strong family supporting you when you make that decision to whether I'm going to stay in or I'm going to go work for the private sector, or I'm going to stay in the Guard, or I'm going to leave the Guard. So we want to keep these people as best we can, and supporting our families is important. The last thing that I want to leave you with is that every time I talk to a committee, I always tell them that when one of us serves, the whole family serves. So our families make a lot of sacrifices so we can do what we do. And so we do support this legislation. And again, the nuts and bolts of the wording and stuff is best left to people that do that better than we do. And so, subject to your question, sir, that's really all I wanted to tell you today. Thanks for the opportunity to introduce our committee. And if you're going to do a bill that has veteran impact, we're a resource that you can use to help get the language the way you want it, and so that we're not having to amend it next year or the year after because there were things that we didn't see in it.
Well, thank you for being here before us. I haven't seen you before.
Yes, sir. I have seen a lot of people in this room before. So
And I want to thank you for your service to our state as well.
Thank you.
Any questions for this gentleman? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Am I understanding you correctly that a soldier deployed into a battle space is taking a cut in pay? Is that what I
Could
understood?
certainly be if that person is a National Guard employee, and you know they were making 6 figures a year in their job as an IT person, and now they're making $45,000 or $50,000.
Oh, I understand. So not from the military, but they're giving up their civilian
Correct.
job.
They're not
Understood.
making that civilian paycheck that they were making because they've been activated under Title 10 and deployed, and now they're essentially part of the active duty force.
So that would not be an active duty. Sorry, follow up. Yes, that would be a Guard member only that's in that position.
If you're going to get deployed to a combat zone, you're going to be on active duty, and whether you start out as an active duty member, like we have an active duty squadron at Pease right now, okay, there's about 130 or something. Colonel Bixler will know better than me. Active duty folks that are flying our tankers right alongside of our Guard folks, and they're on active duty as we speak. But the folks that having civilian jobs and they're working a standard guard 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks in a year, those folks could be looking at a substantial pay cut in order to deploy and support our country.
Understood. Thank you.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. More of a statement than a question.
Yes, sir.
My daughter owns a preschool, and it's like $300 a week for preschool. The applicability in this bill might be that if the spouse, if they're making less money, the spouse then has less disposable income to put their 3 kids into preschool, which could be $1,000 a week. And she's basically, or he's basically now doing that job. So there's a concept there that I just want to share with the members. Might have been more applicable for executive session, but I see the applicability in this.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the opportunity.
Nicole DeSoleil Bixler. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'd like to introduce, for the record, my name is Nicole DeSoleil Bixler. I'm the new Deputy Adjutant General as of about 5 minutes ago. So, and I'm here to provide testimony for HB 225. I'd like to just, my esteemed colleague Kevin Grady is also an Air Force Academy grad, so we're brothers and sisters that way. I graduated, I just want to give a little bit of background about myself. I graduated from the Air Force Academy and did about 8 years on active duty at Pease Air Force Base, Loring Air Force Base, and Plattsburgh. When I was at Pease is where I learned about the National Guard, and I bought a home in Hampton, New Hampshire, never got rid of it. Went on, did other things, and I knew that I was going to join the Guard. And when I got out of the Air Force, out of active duty, I joined the National Guard at Pease in 1993, and then did my military service from there, about 22 years with Pease at the Air National Guard base, flying KC-135s. While I was on, with the military at Pease, I deployed on many, many missions. I deployed from Operation Desert Shield while I was active duty, Desert Storm, to all the way through Operation Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom. And while I was with the National Guard, we took care of my husband's mother who had Alzheimer's. And I deployed during that time, and I'm telling you, it was very difficult. That's a different, my husband did not choose to leave his job, nor did he want to. We ended up getting extra care, there's lots of things that, are happening with our families when they deploy. So it could be family issues, it could be children that need extra help. In the case of what generated this bill, we had a gentleman who deployed for a year, and this was in 2021. They have 5 children now. They had 4 children then. And she asked, they had a lot of extenuating circumstances with the children, and she asked her employer to take a leave of absence for the year while he was gone, and they said no. And so she made do, as most of our military spouses do. They make do with what they have. They get extra care elsewhere. They can call on the squadron or the commander or their outfit and get help from our family services. We have a lot of ways of getting help. So to answer that question from before, we do have a lot of services that we provide to our spouses. But in this case, it would have really helped her to be able to take a leave of absence from her job so that she could care for her family. She had a mother-in-law who eventually, she died of COVID complications, and that was during this time period. So there were a lot of extenuating circumstances in her case. And I just want to kind of get to some of the questions out there. How many people would this affect? I don't think that it would affect a lot of our spouses. I don't think that spouses are, you know, your military member is going to deploy. I've deployed many times. I don't think I ever heard my husband say once that he wanted to leave his job. That was him. And not all spouses are the same, but you know, I don't know too many military spouses that are going to say, I'm going to take a leave of absence for 1 full year. But we have more and more complications with family and situations that come along that it might affect. So it would help the few, maybe the dozen, who would take advantage of this type of thing. And to get to the employer, you know, I suppose it would be an extra cost. They would have to, you know, hire somebody, a sub or, you know, a temp person for a while. So we do understand that that would be a cost, but we feel that it would be a minimal cost to the employer because it wouldn't affect that many the way that we have, you know, written the bill. And so thank you for your time. I'll take your questions.
Yep, 1 second. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Representative Warden.
Thank you, and thanks for your testimony today. You cited a specific example of a family. You said 4 children, 1 on the way, and she needed to be home with the family, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what employer that was that she had at the time?
I do not know the employer.
Follow up.
So it was before my time as the Deputy Adjutant General, so I could get that information for you if you wanted
A follow-up
to.
question to that is, was that employer employing more than 50 people?
Yes.
Or was it
Yes.
was specifically? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
This is a question regarding whether or not employers discriminate against people who present themselves as active members in the Guard, and whether or not that would be a disincentive for employers to hire somebody, which would be, I think, would be a disservice in so many ways. But I'm curious if you've ever bumped up against that.
We have a program called Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve, and they are there to handle those types of problems with our employers. So they are made up of mostly retired guardsmen who go out and meet with employers, and they have activities with they have events with employers to educate them on the needs of guardsmen. But I would say that most employers are extremely supportive of, and even in this case that I gave you with the gentleman, the soldier who deployed, and his wife, she according to what I know from that situation, she has said before that her employer has bent over backwards in other cases. They couldn't manage it then, and I know it was during the COVID period. It was a difficult period for everybody on all, so maybe there were extenuating circumstances that way as well, but I would say that mostly we encounter employers that are very supportive of, and they like the energy, and, you know, our guardsmen do several things at one time. You know, we had a pilot at Pease who was also a president of a financial company in Boston. So in the case that Kevin was talking about, yes, every time he deployed, he was making less money than he did as a civilian. So, but he did it because he loved it, and he wanted to serve his country, and, you know, and his wife was very supportive. So, you know, we make things work.
One follow-up question. Follow-up. Did you say at the beginning of this that you were just promoted?
Sir, I just got into this position, yes. So I retired in 2014. I became a real estate broker. So I am a broker in New Hampshire and Maine. I still have an active license, but I don't do real estate. I don't have time to do real estate with this job. But yes, I was appointed November 15th.
Congratulations.
So I'm the new Warren Perry, if you knew who Warren Perry was.
Yeah.
I'm the new Warren Perry.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's your mic.
Thank you. Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question. You've had extensive experience with the private sector, it sounds like, with our employers and stuff. is there any companies that you'd point to that maybe have a policy like this that do support the spouses or anything like that that we could look at or that we could contact?
I don't know of any. Would you like me to put you in contact with our employer support of the Guard and Reserve, our office there? I can do that.
Sure.
They have contacts with lots of employers and may have some insights there.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garrigan from the DOL.
Good afternoon again. John Garrigan, General Counsel with the Department of Labor, and with me is Daniel Albert, Deputy Commissioner with the Department of Labor. Very briefly, we have reviewed the bill, and we feel that we can enforce and administer the provisions of the bill with no issue. One minor technical note on the wording of the bill, we put this in our fiscal note. In Section 8B, it references the second sentence of that section that a court may also award the employee reasonable attorney's fees and costs. There's no other reference to a court procedure within the bill as written. We would assume that it was intended that any award of attorney's fees or costs would come out of the department's administrative hearing procedure. So just a technical note there. But other than that, I'm happy to take questions to hopefully provide you some answers about what we do.
Any questions for Mr. Garrigan? Representative Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What percentage of companies, more or less in the state, have 50 employees or more? Ballpark.
I don't have that data. The department doesn't keep that data. That would be a better question for the Department of Employment Security.
Follow-up.
Follow-up, thank you. And you mentioned reference Section 8B, the court may also award the employee reasonable attorney's fees. Is that common language in other types of violations of this nature against employers?
It's similar to the language that exists now in RSA 110C as it pertains to employment protections for members of the National Guard. There is similar language there. That statute, as it pertains to the current service members, has a more detailed process by which there's a mediation. Then the Department of Labor is involved. If the Department of Labor needs assistance enforcing the end result, it can go to the Attorney General's office. If the Attorney General's office, it can proceed in Superior Court. If the Attorney General's office declines to proceed in Superior Court, the service member themselves can proceed in Superior Court, and then the court may award attorney's fees and costs as well as other equitable relief. So that line also appears in there. This bill as written seems to only contemplate a administrative proceeding. So if it's going to have an administrative proceeding, we would just want to make sure that that's all lined up. If there's going to be a court proceeding, then those details should be in there.
Representative LeBray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would this be on a violation, would this be a warning first type situation because of the obscurity of this and how it's kind of buried in the weeds? Most
Yeah.
employers may not know this.
That's an excellent question. As it's written right now, my understanding is that this bill would only allow for the equitable relief that's included in it. It would not fall under the typical purview of the other labor laws that have the structure of warnings and then fines. So there's no fine provision in here. It would allow the department to order somebody to be reinstated and order back pay and other benefits lost. So it would fall out of the typical civil penalty procedure.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that same note about repeat offense and so forth, I don't think I'd want to be a business in which they repeatedly offended this law about spouses of militaries that are being deployed. I think it would be the worst thing they could ever have from a public relations standpoint. Again, maybe something for an executive session.
Was that a question, Representative Flanagan?
If you agree.
I never encourage any business to break any New Hampshire law.
Representative Warden.
Thank you. To your knowledge, is there any current statute or rule that prohibits a company from extending leave of absence to an employee for whatever reason, let's say for weeks or months, without paying that person? Said a different way, can companies already do this voluntarily, or would that be against statute?
To the department's knowledge, there's no statute that prohibits such a thing. That would fall to a company-by-company policy decision.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Reading through Section 8, it strikes me that it may not be until after the deployed spouse returns from duty that you could claim there's a violation of this. Is that how you would interpret that at the DOL?
So the bill as written would allow employees who believe they have been subjected to a violation to file a complaint within 180 days of the alleged violation. There's no provision here that would set a specific timetable for when a hearing would have to be held. Typically, hearings that are filed, or sorry, I should say petitions for hearings that are filed, tend to be scheduled within 2 to 3 months, depending on the type of hearing. Some have to be faster logistically. So it could very well be that it happens after the fact, and perhaps reinstatement or back pay are kind of a retroactive thing at that point.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
My question is more along the lines of there's no, unless I'm missing it, there's no provision in the bill for the employer to give an affirmative response to the employee saying, yes, you definitely will have your job back, which seems to leave a gap.
I don't see that language. Yeah.
All right, so do you agree that that is language that would need to be added potentially to remove that confusion?
Yeah, the department would take a policy position on whether that language should be in there or not. I will agree that.
Fair.
I don't
Okay.
see the words there. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll leave that to the policy experts.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, were you speaking of Section 7 that we had some question on the language? May employ, may reemploy? Is that what you were looking at instead of?
No, the question was more that it seems the employee who feels they've been subjected to a violation of this statute may not have standing to state that until their spouse returns from mobilization and they go to ask for their job back. Well, it's a combination. So that they believe they've been subjected to a violation is line 4 on page 2. But how do they know they've been subjected to a violation until their spouse returns and they go ask for their job back? Because there's nothing in section 2 that requires the employer to give them something in writing that they'll get their job back. Right, and that's my point is until the deployed spouse comes back, they can't ask for their job back, which means the employer can't have violated the statute until that happens.
So I'm gonna try and summarize that. So if the non-employee was deployed and the employee wants to take a leave and then come back before the deployment is over,
No, my question is just, can the employee bring an action against the employer immediately when the employer says, I'm not keeping your job open for you? Or do they have to wait until the deployed spouse returns in order to make that determination?
That's a little clearer.
So, under the proposed language under Section 2, I think it covers kind of a broader range of potential things that could happen in that employer-employee relationship. It says that an employer shall not discharge, refuse to hire, or take any adverse employment action against an employee based on the involuntary mobilization. So it's likely there could be actions that could be brought at any time during the mobilization or afterwards, depending on what happened. It seems like it's trying to capture a broader cross-section of employment situations.
Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Garrigan, would it be practical and feasible or for us to put something in Section 5 stating after the employer is notified that they shall respond to advise the employee whether or not the leave will be granted, and then of course they return in Section 6. That's when they return and from the mobilization and seek their job back. And I think they would know going in whether or not it's going to be approved, if it has approved.
Yeah,
Would you believe?
The department won't take a position on how best to fit that in as a policy. I think there are a lot of considerations that could be at play in that interplay.
Thank you.
Representative LeBrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From a violation perspective from the department, if this business is sold or bought out, then how do we move forward?
That's an excellent question. It can be difficult. We certainly have cases where the department is seeking civil penalties, typically against businesses that have sold or been bought out. Sometimes that liability will extend beyond the time where they either file for bankruptcy or they close their doors. There's a winding up period where claims can be brought. Sometimes the department is chasing companies through bankruptcy or through auctions. We have an ability to lien. When it comes to civil penalties, here in terms of reinstating an employee to a job that doesn't exist because the business doesn't exist, I think that would be difficult to do. But it could be that the department has an ability under some of its existing provisions to seek the back pay and some of the financial reimbursement or restitution.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I ask this is you may have businesses that have to disclose this upon selling from one entity to the other, and this could be a determining factor in whether that deal goes through or not. So there would need to be complete clarity in where this lies in order to make that transaction happen. So I would think the department have to be real sharp on this. Just a thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if any clarity wanted to be added to the bill on that ground, I would leave that to the legislators to determine what the best policy wording is for that.
Any further questions for Mr. Garrigan or the department itself? I have a couple. Definition of spouse. What if they're not married and they're long-term partners? Would there still be some qualification issues, or because I know definition of spouse has changed through the years?
I think as written in the bill right now, it's legally married. I think if the committee wanted to revise that to include a broader range of arrangements, that's certainly a policy decision.
Thank you. And along the lines of what everybody was talking about, of liable for reinstatement, if the employer, let's say, they've been gone for a year, they've divvied up their job between 3 different people, and they come back for their job no longer exists. Technically no longer exists because of the changes they made in order to cover that job. Would they be mandated to rehire that person in their original capacity?
The bill provides for or the application of what is a federal standard. I admit I'm not familiar with that federal standard, but there could be circumstances where perhaps it seems that the bill is intending that there are times where reinstatement is not possible, and therefore employers are kind of relieved of this, or perhaps there's a time when reinstatement is possible and employers haven't met that. I'm not familiar with that federal standard, so.
That leads me to my next question.
Yes.
For that definition, I know that a lot of our state laws sometimes will conflict with certain federal stuff. Would we need to add that to our protections in 275 for employees as well, that type of definition, or it just in 110? Yep. I want to make sure that if somebody comes to the DOL saying, okay, well, we're using this federal standard, but it's not in state law, is the employer going to be able to argue that, well, the state shouldn't be enforcing that, it should be federal, and then becomes nothing?
That's an excellent question, and I think it may involve a thorough and nuanced legal answer. So I may, if it's okay, I may get back to you on that. There's a lot to unpack there legally in that question. I'll make sure I get you the right answer.
Thank you. It was definitely a thought when I was looking at it as from an employer standpoint. Any further questions for Mr. Garrigan or of the Department of Labor on this particular bill? Seeing none, anybody else wish to speak on this bill? Do we have a blue sheet on this bill? Perfect, then I will close the hearing on HB 225 as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So you can ask the chairman when he gets back.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn would be 12:01.
Is to federal code.
Right.
Our state laws.
Yeah.
I try to avoid this wherever possible, and that's what Lino just brought up. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because those could change in Washington.
Right, and then we don't know. Well, and those is the CFR
You close the
even
hearing?
past?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you want to re-examine that? Could we open it?
Can we real?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just going to suggest that perhaps the exec on this ought to be delayed a bit so that the amendments can be reviewed, checked over. Because there definitely needs to be at least a small amendment.
Yeah,
There might be more too.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, what we'll do is next week we'll open the hearing, and I'm gonna do